Okay, I think we are all back. Sherry, I will hand it over to you.
Okay, great. Welcome, everybody. My name is Sherry Hofshire, and I'm chair of the Arts Council Board of Directors. And on behalf of all of the Arts Council, I'd like to welcome you to this panel meeting. And as you know, we are here to look at the applications for the Basic Support Grant category. Decisions that are made by the panel will determine the funding for these organizations, these applications, and they will be reviewed then by the Nebraska Arts Council at the next meeting, which is June 4th. So we'd like to start with having each of our wonderful four panelists introduce themselves to you, and we'll just go right in order with Tori.
Thank you. Hi, folks. Tori Allen, President and CEO of Arts Midwest, one of the 6 United States regional arts organizations. We oversee a 9-state area of the upper Midwest, including Iowa, Minnesota, Wisconsin, Illinois, Ohio, Michigan, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Indiana.
Okay, thank you, Tori. Helen?
Good morning, everyone. From Portland, Oregon. My name is Helen Daltoso, and I direct grants and programs for the Regional Arts and Culture Council. We are a private 501c3 that manages public art and programming for the Portland metropolitan region of the state of Oregon.
Great. Dominica?
Hello, everyone. I am the Operations Director for the Tamarack Foundation for the Arts, serving the entire state of West Virginia. We are an arts and entrepreneurship support organization, and we connect our regional artists with support services to support their careers as they develop working and living in West Virginia. Thank you.
Jim?
Good morning. My name is Jim Spears. I'm the Executive Director of Arts South Dakota. We're a arts service organization in South Dakota, serving the entire state through professional development, public awareness, and advocacy.
Great. We are really appreciative of our panelists because they have read through all of the applications, which is no small task at all. So we really do appreciate your time and your efforts. Mike, are you still with us? And do you have something you'd like to add?
I am. The governor doesn't start talking till 9:30, so I get to be with you until then. I just want to echo what Sherry just said about thanking this panel and congratulating those of you who have tuned in. What you'll get out of this panel, their advice, their experience that they bring forward to this review is invaluable, and I encourage you to take advantage of everything that you get out of this panel. I want to thank you also for all the great work that you do throughout the year in your communities, not only in the programming that you do, the arts program, but in the leadership that you show to your communities as sort of the backbone of the cultural landscape. And to that end, I want to continue to encourage you to thank your elected officials, to invite them to your events. And one step farther this summer, you know that we have a lot of turnover in the state legislature. There are about 17 new senators next fall. So if you have an election in your district this year, I encourage you to look at the candidates and invite them to your summer events, get to know them, let them get to know what arts are going on in your community, sort of lay the foundation so that they know what's going on when they get to Lincoln this fall. I wanted to let you know a little bit of excitement. We spent the last year working on our strategic plan, and we will be unveiling that, and we'll be sharing that with all of the constituent organizations in this coming month, and so look forward to that. I want to let you know real quickly that as mentioned before, a portion of your grant award always comes from the Nebraska Cultural Endowment. And I wanted to let you know that we have committed to maintaining the same level of support that we did last year. As many of you know, the market has not been great until just recently, and we're still catching up. That fund is not quite where it needs to be, where it was in the future, in the past. We hope that the current trend continues and that fund starts to provide some earnings for the funds that we utilize to support the BSG organizations. But I just wanted to let you know that that level of support that you had last year should be maintained this year. We'll have to wait and see how the market brings next year, but this year we're good. Finally then, wanted to let you know that you are all encouraged to join us September 5th and 6th in Beatrice. We'll have a 2-day event. Our first day will be for our creative districts throughout the state. There are 29 of them now, and this will be an opportunity for them to all come together, as well as anybody who's looking to become a creative district, to learn about what that is and how they can learn from each other. And then on Friday, we'll have a statewide arts conference with a lot of great speakers and workshops and getting to know each other and spend some time together in that delightful community that is Beatrice. So look for that, save the date, and hope that you can join us then. With that, I'll hand you back to Rachel and the wonderful panel and Sherry. Thank you for helping us out, Sherry.
No problem. Okay, now, Rachel, it's up to you. Will you go through the process for us?
Absolutely. So just once again, thank you to the applicants who are listening in. I think this is a great experience to be able to hear this discussion. I also wanted to introduce the other staff who are on the call, who of course just turned their cameras off. Sorry, I should have caught you quicker. Stephanie Plummer, who is with us today, will be taking minutes. So she, and I'll talk about that in a little bit, but she will be taking minutes for us today. And Jennifer Drybelbus is our grants manager. And so, knock on wood, nothing will go wrong today with the grant system. But if so, Jennifer will help us out with that today. So the process for today, we will be reviewing these applications. We're going to go in alphabetical order by organization. The way the review will work is that each application has a primary and secondary reviewer assigned to it. Primary will begin, secondary will then give their review, and then we will call on each panelist after that, so that everyone is able to give the review of the application. We'll take a couple of minutes at the end of that discussion if panelists want to adjust any scores, and then we will move on to the next one. We will plan on taking a break about every hour. I will try to remember to let you know where we were at in the review so that you know who is up next when we go to take that break. So you know where we're at in the order. As they are giving reviews, I mentioned Stephanie is taking minutes. So applicants, you will be receiving a written copy of the comments. We divide those into strengths and then questions or concerns that the panelists had. And you will receive those after the board meeting, which is when the board officially signs off on the decisions by the panel. We will discuss all of the applications. At that time, we will end the live stream and the panel will go into the discussion about scoring and applications, that final scoring conversation that happens. As I said, we will then take that to the board, and the board will sign off on it. And after all of that is done, you will receive an email about funding and a copy of the minutes. So with that, we can begin. So let's start with Sherry. Actually, I will hand it over to you if you want to introduce each application, which organization we'll be starting with.
Okay, it looks like we're starting with the Blue Barn Theater.
Great. And so I will do the very brief summary. This grant will provide operational support to the Blue Barn Theater for the fiscal year 2025. The Blue Barn annually produces 5 main stage productions with over 80 performances and 30 engagement connections. Programming currently impacts 10,000 patrons, primarily from the Omaha metro area. And the performances take place in their performance space, which is at 10th and Pacific in Omaha. But the community outreach and engagement events occur in the theater and at various locations around the city.
Okay, first primary reviewer is Tori.
Okay, thank you. Let's see. I found Blue Barn that for me, in my opinion, they appear to be embracing the best practices in strategic planning and evaluation. I found it helpful, encouraging that their last strategic plan identified radical hospitality, growth in artist compensation, and a biannual commission of original work as part of their priorities. I thought that's pretty amazing. That's doesn't get any better. The newly adopted strategic plan most likely builds on that and has identified also staff development, board development, financial stability, and empowering artists as primary goals. And I was impressed that they place high value on listening to their audiences. With their outreach and engagement, that was impressive, and it seemed to be, again, observing all of the best practices, and that it successfully extends nationally. I thought this is a real gem for Nebraska, this organization and how they're operating. They could be on the national mall. I had a lot of pride in learning about these folks. And then ultimately, I felt like they epitomize artistic excellence through a real strong dedication to the craft of theater. They see theater not just as entertainment, but as a powerful force for creativity and collaboration and community betterment. They have a strong emphasis on nurturing artists. They prioritize the well-being of these artists while consistently delivering top-notch productions that garner national acclaim. Their artist fund, which I thought was really fantastic, stands as a testament to their commitment to the artist, to the art form, to the community. They're increasing growth and steady growth and support for artists to enhance their compensation is really commendable. And all of this really boosts their impact in community. Really outstanding work.
Okay, next, the secondary reviewer is Jim.
Thank you. Thanks, Tori. Yeah, I concur, agree with all of that. This is a really fun application to read, and a place I want to visit. I get to Omaha occasionally, and now I'll have a new place to visit. The only couple things that I would mention in addition to what Tori mentioned is a couple things. I like to point out the advocacy side of things, just from my experience in my work. I really enjoyed seeing the advocacy mention of county commission, that was something that they talked about in their application. And being a member, I'm giving points anytime I see member of Nebraskans for the Arts. I think it's so important that these major organizations, these pillar organizations, are members of the advocacy organization. And I appreciate that you participated in the AEP6 study with Americans for the Arts. The only thing I was going to add to this is just, and I don't think it's a criticism, but it's just something to think about. And the fact that 2 of the foundation grants that they receive are sunsetting, they say in the application here in the next year or 2. We all know funding is a delicate dance in our business. But I do wonder, and it's so easy for me to ask this question without being on the inside, but I just wonder about corporate support in a community like Omaha. If there's some opportunity to grow that corporation sponsorship support that may help alleviate some of the sensitivity to foundations sunsetting programs. But everything else, I mean, it's in looking at the the financial reports, it's obvious that Blue Barn is in a very good financial position. So I really enjoyed this application and do sincerely want to go visit.
Okay, thank you. Helen?
Thank you. Thank you, Jim and Tori. I appreciated your comments, and I particularly did appreciate the candor in addressing contributed income issues with foundations. I think that's important to note, and I always appreciate when folks are open about that kind of thing. I'd like to just go back quickly to the strategic plan. I appreciate it. I would say it's a framework, and I would have appreciated just a little bit more information on the timeline in that document. I also wondered, and I did not see this in many proposals, are folks collecting demographics? Blue Barn had just a terrific way of writing and talking about the work they are doing in the DEI. And forgive me, I'll probably say EDIA. That's an acronym I'm more used to. But I wondered what the baseline is for audiences and participants in programs. And I didn't see anything in relationship to demographic collection. I really appreciated the letters they provided. I read all of those, and they actually told me something that the application didn't. And that's the benefit of having those letters. Let's see. Trying to pick through my notes to see if there's anything different that was not brought up. Appreciated a huge strength, and I think the only organization that mentioned this, Equitable Workplace Practices. They seemed pretty substantive to include procurement and conduct procedures internally, and it feels like they've moved into a space of operationalizing equity work, and I thought that was pretty terrific. And just finally, again, my note on making decisions based on data. This is really important, and it would have been great to have some level of demographic information on the artists that participate and the audiences to help me understand what the relative baseline is, so that progress can be tracked. So I appreciate those things, and it would have been nice to just have some, just a little bit more substance there. I think that's
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Dominica?
I would just like to second everything that has been said so far. I especially want to reiterate how lovely it is to be seeing DEIA plans have substantive movement within an organization instead of merely addressing the subject with things that they can get to later without clear action steps. So I feel like there was a lot of detail in this plan and things that are actually in motion. So lovely organization, great programming. And I'll just second everything that's been said so far.
Okay, terrific. Any other comments? All right, then this will be the time to let you make any other adjustments to your scores for this particular application for the Blue Barn. Why don't you give me a thumbs up when you're secure with your scores, and then we can move on. Okay. Okay, then we will move on to the next one. Thank you. Crane River Theater Company. Tori, it looks like you're up as primary again.
Okay,
I'll do I'll do a little brief
Oh, I'm
summary.
sorry, Rachel, I
No.
forgot you.
It's okay. It always takes us a couple to remember that piece.
Okay.
But it's for you, it's panelists, it's a little bit for you, so you have time to change over to the next application. So I'm really giving you some leeway in there. Crane River, this grant will provide operational support to Crane River Theater for the fiscal year 2024. Their mission is to serve Kearney, Nebraska, and the surrounding areas as a professional theater company, providing a home for the presentation, education, and promotion of the arts.
Okay. Now, Tori, you're on.
Okay, thank you. Crane River Theater, I just felt like they were awesome because they bring professionals from all over the country and teams them with local artists to create really cool shows and programs for everybody. And this year they did To Kill a Mockingbird to tackle racial issues. They're big on flexibility in their casting. They again that pulling in folks from all across the country, so they're sort of they're playing with boundaries and then being expansive around boundaries, which I think is just fabulous. Varied programming that's fairly diverse. I love the partnerships that they have, working with other theater production companies to provide constructive reviews of each other. I thought, what a great idea. It doesn't cost a lot of money. Great community gesture. Overall, they're still growing as an organization and trying to figure out who they want to be. They have funding from a variety of sources, including corporate and public grants and personal donations. And over the last 15 years, they've seen their support grow year after year, which kind of proves and sort of demonstrates that there is value, that the community finds value in what they offer. And their corporate support isn't just limited to cash, it's also in-kind donations, including vehicles for their actors and short-term housing and building materials, which to me really suggests an expansive sense of community. I only positive thoughts about this group.
Okay, terrific. Then let's see, Helen, you are the secondary.
Thank you. I will also start with some strengths. I appreciated the package that they submitted. I thought the performance clip was very good. And I just overall, I appreciated the thoroughness of the proposal. I feel like I got a really good sense of who they are and what they're doing in the communities they're serving. I was a little bit challenged by some of the equity, DEI language that was used. Under the artistic area, I think one of the challenges for me is suggesting that name recognition of or shows is the first factor when deciding a production or an outreach component. And I understand exactly where that comes from. And I just want to suggest that with DEI work, sometimes you might need to make some shifts in that space, and sometimes that might not need to be the first thing that you think about when you think about what to produce. Under planning and evaluation, I thought their revenue, as I did for most of these organizations, really impressive diversity of the revenue that's coming in, and just a shout out for the level of corporate support that seems to be available in Nebraska that we do not have here in Oregon. That impressed me. I'm impressed that they've created an endowment fund. And year-over-year growth in income, and I think Tori already mentioned this with individuals and corporations, was impressive. I also appreciated using technology to try to make their evaluations better. I think that's a real benefit to the community. And I also was impressed by the high level of returnees and referrals that they have for artists. That shows a level of respect in the community. There was a comment under planning and evaluation about attendance and registration as being important parts of evaluation. And while I find those to be really great aspects of considering your marketing, I wasn't really sure how those factored into excellence in programming. And that's the area that I felt like it was most pertinent to. Let's see. I thought that the strategic plan could use some more information. It felt also somewhat marketing centered. I felt like the recommendations in the plan seemed somewhat basic. And I was wondering if there was an outside eye coming in to support the work of strategic planning or strategic framework building. I think that that's pretty helpful. Somebody coming in from the outside so that there's a real challenge set for the organization. It seemed more like a pre-plan to me. The word research was used a lot, and I felt like maybe that should be done as part of the strategic planning as opposed to what is in the strategic plan. Could have used a little more specificity. And it felt just somewhat aspirational to me, which I truly understand and appreciate, but again, without the detail, I could have used more of that. Outreach being baked into this organization was really clear, and they performing at different venues, and they seem to be super adaptable, and I really appreciate that. Let's see. And finally, I just want to go into a little bit with language in the DEI space. Visible and inviting. I don't really know what those words mean in relationship to the artistic work and to building audience. The comment, all prospective audience members are valuable. Of course, how so? I want to know how so. And I also was looking for, with all of these proposals, is the organization truly looking to be changed by the efforts they're making in this area? Because that's the reciprocation element is really important when I consider DEI. So there's got to be reciprocal benefit there. I always want to know who's telling the stories, whose stories are they, and who gets to tell them, who's directing, who's on the stage, who is making the choices and the selection. I got the impression that some of the DEI work, I'm going to use the word transactional, because again, there has to be some element of change that exists in the efforts, or it's really just situational and it doesn't become systemic. So you'll hear me often today talk about moving from situational to systemic work so that it becomes operationalized within the organization. Let's see. And then I also wanted to know, are they talking to diverse communities so that they know what diverse communities want? Or are they assuming that they know what they want? There was nothing in the language that suggests that. So my recommendation always for organizations is show me that you are speaking to the people that you're looking to bring in or that you're looking to help change your organization. And I suspect that they might be, but it wasn't available to me in the writing of the proposal. I think I'm done there. Thanks.
Okay. All right, Dominica?
I would like to support everything that has been said so far, including the challenges. However, I do feel like this is a very strong organization. It's valuable to the community. I would like to go back to methods of evaluation to make a recommendation that also doubles as potential action steps that could deepen connections with diverse communities. Um, it seems like there are a lot of avenues for evaluation. However, I don't know how much I'm seeing the opportunity to ask for open-ended feedback. It does feel like this organization is in a position of knowing what they want to present as opposed to wanting to get more feedback. And one of the things that I have had experience with is the power of organizing focus groups by charging a member of the community that you wish to be more engaged with. You charge them with organizing a focus group with fellow members of that community, and then holding open-ended conversations in a relaxed environment and documenting them well. I think that an activity such as that would provide a real wealth of information for this organization to see how they might, as Helen put it, want to be changed by the work of reaching out to communities more intentionally. So that is a recommendation I can make, and it's very powerful. And whenever you have more open-ended feedback sessions, you can get to things that sometimes you don't know which questions to ask. So I would highly recommend focused, deeper engagement organized by members of that community that you're trying to reach, whichever demographic you're going for, whether it's a community of geography or identity.
Thank you. Jim?
Yes, thanks, Sherry. I agree with that. In fact, I was just going to say that if I boiled it down to, I loved learning about the demographics in the location of this organization. And it's obviously very artistically strong, but I couldn't tie the two together. I couldn't quite figure out how those came together. So that was something I felt was happening, but it didn't quite clearly state it. The endowment was mentioned, and I think that's great. It would be nice to understand a little bit more how that is used, or maybe even more clearly stated in the budget itself. I wasn't seeing a line in the budget that showed endowment income or endowment revenue or whatever. And by the way, for anybody listening from these organizations, I apologize if I say something and it was totally in there and I missed it, because you read through 15 of these things and you start to wonder, did they say that? Maybe I missed it. And I'm sure I missed some stuff. So that was one thing that I was kind of left wondering about. It's just how that endowment works. One thing just in general that I might bring up a few times, and I wish there was a better way to understand this for this set of applications, and I think this is pretty consistent for all state arts councils, is there's not a good consistent way to measure liquidity and short-term financial health. The cash reserves, ability to sustain through a moment of emergency. And I think that's something, these grants always want you to show a zero sum budget, and I think for a good business, that's not how you operate. So I definitely think that's a concern. As I read through all of these grants, not understanding what happens if all of a sudden one sponsor doesn't come through this year. Does that mean you're 30,000 in the hole that year? We just don't get that picture here. I think this is a healthy organization whenever you can see the more thorough audit reports, but it's just not clear in the way the application is set up. And then the last thing I would just say in terms of just the budget is I think it's, you know, 6 to 1, half dozen to where you put this stuff, but it says organizational personnel and then administration. I feel like there might have been some confusion, you know, director's salary, managing director's salary probably should have gone over in the organization personnel side. And then all of those choreographers, directors, music directors, to me, I would have read that more as contractual services. So I left this at first. I kind of knocked the application because I thought, oh, there's only 2 FTEs for this giant organization. Man, that is a real liability. And then I went and dug in and looked at the budgeting and stuff again. I thought, oh no, okay, I just didn't quite see it right. So again, that's just probably just me taking more time to look through it. But I do think that could be a little more clear too when it's completed. But great organization. I mean, I think this is another one of those that's so impressive. Super cool that you have this in Nebraska.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, yeah, Tori?
I just have one more comment. Thank you, folks. And that is, I would just recommend that they be really careful about the quality of the photos. Some of them were a little blurry, and just don't underestimate how important it is to have high resolution photos. It's all part of the package.
Okay. Any other comments? All right, then go ahead and take a few minutes and recheck your scores and give me a thumbs up when you feel like you're comfortable with what you've put in. Okay, thank you all. Then, if there's no other comment, we'll move on to the third one, which is El Museo Latino. Rachel?
Great, thank you, Sherry. This grant will provide operational support to El Museo Latino for fiscal year 2024-25. El Museo Latino is the first Latino art museum in Nebraska. The museum presents 7 to 10 exhibits each year, highlighting local, national, and international Latino artists. Throughout the year, the museum offers educational programs, directly supports local and visiting artists through residencies, and offers community events that celebrate and highlight the history and culture of Latinos.
All right, primary reviewer is Dominica.
Thank you. It was a real treat to read through this application. In the area of artistic excellence and programming, it is very good to see this level of representation of the Latinx cultural heritage being available in that region. The events and exhibits are relevant and varied. This type of museum is important to both enjoying the diversity of a place and presenting easy access to the broader public to art that creates connection and understanding between cultural communities. In the planning and evaluation section, it seems like the methods of evaluation, they are presented, they're varied, but it's not very robust in demonstrating examples of the results of evaluations and surveys changing and informing programming or other key findings. And it doesn't, the way that the evaluation is presented within the application doesn't really line up with the organization's stated values of presenting evidence-based programming in their strategic plan. That might be the case internally, but it wasn't really represented that well. The strategic plan feels mostly relevant. It is outdated. There were notes on that they are reviewing it and updating it. The budget seems realistic and income reflects the fundraising priorities of the strategic plan. However, it would be good to see a little more itemization in the budget, especially in the staff line. Also, income is really heavily dependent on foundation support. And I would recommend seeing if you can pull in more corporate support. And there were also comments within the application stating that this applicant was looking at spending more resources and opening up a development position to expand their staff capacity. I think that that's right on. I think they're at a point where they could really benefit from that, and it would help diversify their funding. Excellent partnerships. I really loved the specificity of the methods of outreach to members of the community that they're trying to target. It shows a real dedication to understanding their communities and the ways that they get information. Also, great audience engagement. The only thing in this final section of the rubric that I would like to sort of list as an opportunity for growth is the advocacy section. The organization has worked with policymakers to accomplish their own internal organizational goals in a case, but there isn't evidence of like a defined, committed, regular plan of advocacy within the organization. So I think that that's an area for growth. They're, engaging with policymakers, but not to the level that I think that they could be. And I believe that is all I will say for that, and I will let people add to it.
Great, thank you. Secondary is Helen.
Thank you. Thanks, Dominica. In terms of artistic strength, I was really impressed with the range of traditional to contemporary. That it's impressive to handle that, and it's impressive to be offered that as a community member. And I just want to give props for that. I was challenged because I found the work samples pretty limited in terms of what was submitted. I could have used a video, particularly for the dancing, and the website I also found neat. I couldn't get everything I wanted. I'm still not exactly sure what I wanted, but I think the website could use some help. I could have used information on who's curating and selecting the program, particularly for the exhibitions. There was also no information on the residency program that was mentioned. And I would have loved a little bit more on who you're working with regularly and how you're building your programming from within your own cultural community in Omaha. That was not clear to me. In the planning and evaluation, I thought the funding appeared to be diverse with really good earned revenue. That being said, and Dominica already mentioned this, the budget was too rolled up for me, so I couldn't get a really clear breakdown and would have appreciated that. The strategic plan, again, Dominica mentioned, but specifically, I would say that because you are going to be redoing the strategic plan, it just needs to have some how information in there. And the first 2 pages seem to be a justification for the existence of this organization. And you do not need that. That is just not necessary. The mission is very specific and very unique in your community. So own that. And again, I would like to see an outside eye coming in to challenge any organization with strategic planning or framework building. You're an amazing organization, and I don't know that you really know that. That's how I felt when I was reading the material. So I want to know how you're deploying innovation and risk-taking, and that's often hard unless you're bringing somebody in from the outside to really challenge you. Fundraising is definitely in need of being kicked up, and you know that. And Dominica mentioned that corporate support was lacking here, and it is, and I did not find that the case for other organizations that were applying. So I just want to note that. That was just important to me. Under outreach and engagement, one of the outstanding demonstrations for all these proposals, and I don't know how far the youth had to walk, so I imagined it was far, but the description of providing tickets to the students who were walking to the venue from the schools and waiving the fees and working for several years to maintain that kind of a program, and then figuring out how to get buses to do that. It's like, I just really loved that example, and it showed I thought that sort of next level work to make sure people can have access. I thought all the partnerships were terrific. And I loved that they were doing travel programs to schools and to other organizations. I thought the letter from Professor Sanchez referring to the organization as a social anchor and a living museum was really powerful. And I craved, just in terms of the DEI, I craved more information on the accessibility of your programs and the venue currently. How are you working to make sure that your space and your programs are wholly accessible? And I would encourage that this be part of your strategic plan as you're thinking about renovating the building. I think that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. Jim?
I won't add much more because I think everything's been well stated. I did, Helen just mentioned the building, and I did end the reading the application and kind of wanted to know more about that. What's the plan there? That's a very exciting, kind of once in a generation, often, a change for your organization. I feel like that could have been a bigger part of the application. And then I'll just say once again, join Nebraskans for the Arts. It wasn't stated if you are or not. I didn't go to look it up on their webpage, but I think that's something to be proud of and be part of that advocacy group.
Amen. Okay, Tori.
Very much like Jim, not much to add. I would just say, even though their strat plan is in process, a little bit more insight would be helpful. Like, what are the future focus areas? What are their aspirations? Just a little bit of an indication of where they're going, what they're thinking would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. All right, take a few minutes and look over your scores and make any adjustments for El Museo Latino. And then thumbs up when you're comfortable with what you have. Okay, thank you very much. Moving on to number 4, Friends of Midwest Theater. Rachel?
And I just wanted to check in with the panelists. My thought was we would do Friends of Midwest Theater and then take a break. But I wanted to check in. Everyone's okay? Great. Okay. Just making sure. So Friends of Midwest Theater, this grant will provide operational support for fiscal year 2024 with the presentation of affordable performing arts, film events, community partner programs, and educational programs to the communities of Western Nebraska. These diverse programs are in the architecturally significant historic Midwest Theater, providing arts access for rural patrons, including underserved rural populations, lower income families, people with disabilities, and cultural minorities.
Okay, Jim, you're primary this time. You're on mute. You're muted. There we go.
Thank you. Yeah. Appreciate that. I've been to Scottsbluff, and it is way out there. It's kind of the only, this is impressive for a group like this in a town like Scottsbluff. It is a very, very rural. Imagine, the high plains and tumbleweeds blowing through town. That's Scottsbluff. And it's so I really was impressed to just see the work that is being done by an organization like Friends of Midwest Theater in a town like Scottsbluff. That being said, I felt like they kind of relied upon me, and maybe shame on me for doing this, but to kind of relied upon me knowing how rural and how isolated Scottsbluff is. That I think a lot of these applicants maybe could have added a bit more about demographics. Just to give me a bit more of a sense of where they are and who they serve. And this one definitely kind of fit that. I felt like, tell me more about just how much the community relies upon your work for access and inclusion of the arts in your town. But I really appreciated the quality of programs that they brought in. I know distance is a big factor, and there's a real cost involved with bringing those programs to a place like Scottsbluff. I would have enjoyed hearing more about local musicians or local productions. I kind of felt like this is being the home of so many arts activities in Scottsbluff. Be nice to hear about, how are you including a bit more of the local talent? I think that's so important for these facilities, is to embrace and to celebrate local artists. And I appreciated the historic nature of the building, and it's clear that's a big role in this organization. But that's important in a place like Scottsbluff, where a lot of buildings are probably closing and kind of going to what, a lot of these downtowns and small towns just are not surviving. The strategic plan, I appreciated the thoroughness. I did like the fact there was a timeline. I appreciated that the responsibilities were included. Who was responsible for each action item. So some of the things that other organizations were missing in their strategic plan were included in this one, and it helped me get a sense of the process. What's going to happen, when it's going to happen, who's going to do it. And I didn't think it was too long either. Sometimes strategic plans can be 40 pages, and then you just like, well, I'm not going to go back and look at that ever again. I think this is an appropriate statement to share. I used to work for a marketing organization. We used to talk about business plans as let's all get on the same page, not the same 40 pages, because it's so hard to get everyone into a book, and then you never look at it again. So I appreciated that it was somewhat concise. I think that's always a challenge with strategic plans. I was, I appreciate the partnerships. Tourism's a huge one. I mean, I think it's great they mentioned tourism as a partner. The local schools empowering families. The fact that they were still taking shows out into the community, I think is important. The DEI and demographics and trying to understand sort of the game plan there. I think the fact that they're starting with the board is very appropriate in a place like Scottsbluff. I mean, I think it'd be nice to even understand just a bit more about their board process, in terms and stuff like that. What I found, at least in South Dakota, a lot of times you have the same 10 people that will serve on a board for 40 years because, it's a small town. They just kind of keep it consistent. And so I think the fact that they're talking about changeover on the board to reflect their community is very important as kind of a first step there in leadership. Again, I think become a member of Nebraskans for the Arts if they're not. But I did appreciate that there is a relationship with their congressman that lives right there in Scottsbluff, and making sure that that person and their family does feel at home. Overall, I really like the work that's being done. Would love to learn more about how they're featuring local artists. Would love to understand more about the demographics. I feel like I understand it just because I've been there, but it should be a little bit more clear in the application. They're serving a huge geographic radius. The last thing I would just say is just lost it here. The Well, hang on. I just I have too many notes, Tori. Oh, yeah, in the strategic plan, the vision statement to me seemed like a second mission statement. I mean, small detail, but I just felt like when I was reading it was kind of like, is that the mission statement or is your mission statement the mission statement? So, I feel vision should really be kind of casting that future. What are we going to be? Not how are we going to do it? And so just a small detail there, but I think it does help create, here's what we do, here's where we want to go, mission vision. But great work out there in the rural West. It's good to see these folks doing what they do.
Thank you, Jim. Okay, Tori, you're secondary.
Yeah, not much to add here. Clearly, an organization like this is vital for these type of rural communities, and applaud them for the work they're doing. Just can't underestimate how important that is to serve as a central gathering space and sort of like the community living room. That's really important. I thought for an organization of their scale, the strat plan was pretty darn good. Good evaluation processes, including the online accessibility for individuals unable to participate in the focus groups. I appreciate the focus of breaking up the strategic plan into 4 parts so that to help this community manage the workload. That's brilliant. I imagine capacity is an issue. They don't have a lot of time. They may be underpaid or not paying themselves. And to consider this work, the strategy so important that they're going to break it up so it's manageable. Maybe that's something that other groups can learn from. Certainly, I think that's something I will take away. So very impressive. Bravo. I love the outreach. And I love the connection with local groups like the Rotary. I think that was one of the, but didn't come across that very often. And the Rotary is such an important civic group for arts organizations to connect with in their communities. So beyond that, nothing more.
Okay, thank you. Helen?
So I know we're not supposed to do this, and I'm real sorry, Rachel, but it's going to be the strategic plan pile on. They are presenting the strategic plan to their community. Like, oh, hello, that's awesome and bold, and I love that. Focus groups of community members participating in the process. I did want to know what the demographics of those folks are, but props for that. It's a real plan, and it meshed really nicely with their declared values. That's not always easy to do, and it takes time, and I suspect it's because you're walking the walk in your community, and I really noted that. Okay, so that's on the strategic plan. We can move on from that unless Dominica has something amazing more she wants to add. I wanted to know on the outreach and engagement. I craved a little bit more information on the facilitated interactions between the audience and the film directors and producers. Just wanted to know if you do that regularly. It seemed really valuable and better than additive if you do that regularly, but I couldn't tell. The letters and cards, so again, I'll probably end up mentioning that for everybody. They were not so helpful. Again, like just a helpful, if you're going to take the time and you're asked for letters of reference or recommendation or something, they should all be different, and they should say something that you can't say yourself, right? Like, or that reiterates something that's really valuable to you. I didn't find them helpful. Appreciated that they were making efforts to take artists out into the community, like the senior center. I love the parking improvement comment. Like, that showed to me an obvious and yet creative approach to accessibility. The example of empowering families and showcasing Native art and selling the art in the lobby post-show. I thought this was great, and I just wanted to know how much more of this are you doing? It seemed better than additive. So are you doing this on the regular? And what feedback are you getting from doing those kinds of things? And I also just love the 30-minute shift in the start time for the seniors. Like, so much of the way this read suggested a real open line of communication with the folks who are using the facility or who they want to bring in. And so that felt really clear in the writing.
Okay, thank you. Dominica?
I don't think I have anything to add to this. I want to support all of the comments so far. And I do want to reiterate that everything about this application's narrative screams, we talk to the people in our community and respond to their needs. So very, just wonderful to see that.
Great. Okay, thank you. Go ahead and take a few minutes to review your scores. And thumbs
Jim?
up. Oh,
Sorry.
yeah,
Jim
comment?
had his hand raised.
Oh, I'm
yes.
sorry.
I was just going to jump on with what Dominica said and say, hey, and you know, the fact is that the revenue supports that. So I thought it was good to point that out. When you start looking at memberships in Scotts Bluff being 95,000 and, you know, donations at 75,000, sponsorships at 50,000. I mean, that's a community that understands the value of this place. And I think it goes hand in hand with what you just mentioned. So kudos.
Okay, thanks for the comment. Thumbs up. Anybody else? Okay, thank you very much. Rachel, you want?
Yeah, why don't we take a 5-minute break? So let's come back. Let's say we're gonna come back at 10:20. For any applicants listening in, the next application that we'll review after the break is Great Plains Theater Commons. They will be first up when we come back at 10:20.
Okay, I have 10:20. Are we ready? All right, then Great Plains Theater Commons is up. Rachel?
Great, thank you, Sherry. I did just want to do a quick reminder to applicants who might be listening in on the live stream. Just know that panelists do not see any comments. We do love for you to put in what organization you're with in the little comment area so we know who's watching. That always helps us make the case for continuing on Zoom and virtual panels, which I think is great. But just remember that panelists do not see those comments that get put in there. So with that, Great Plains Theater Conference, this grant is to provide operational support to Great Plains Theater Commons, which also goes by GPTC. For fiscal year 2024-25. And the mission of GPTC is to strengthen community by supporting the creation and sharing of diverse news stories.
Okay, Helen, you are primary.
Thank you. I found the materials for this organization to be incredibly uplifting. The supplemental video that they provided demonstrated the diversity that they were writing about, and it captured, props to whoever produced it and to the organization. I felt it captured connection and community very well. I've also liked their diverse approaches, the range of artistic discipline and media for storytelling. And that always is going to support a diverse participant pool and audience. So I felt pretty strongly about this organization artistically. In the planning and evaluation comments, the list of questions they asked to understand how they are or not hitting the mark with their community were terrific. I really, really appreciated those. I felt like there was an ongoing dialogue in an effort to support continuous improvement. This is really difficult, and it shows a centering of community and artists, which this is why the organization exists. So being able to write about that and connect me to the ultimate impact that you're intending to have is really great, and I felt it in this proposal. They suggest that the work they develop some of it ends up being fully produced. I would have liked to have seen some statistics. There was only anecdotal evidence provided. But I still think it's important, and I noted that. The conference appeared to be well planned and well organized. That's not something I have a lot of experience with. And props for receiving NEA support as a fairly new organization. That impressed me. There was a lack of clarity in how you were determining who your audience is. So and again, to the notion of demographics, the term observation was used, and I wanted to know. I know that some folks feel that that is the only way that they can figure out who's in their audience, and I wasn't sure how to accept that word in the writing. It wasn't clear. We didn't have any data on any of the strategic plan achievements. I could have been helped by some numbers and some statistics. And I felt like the assessment sort of lacked some how language again. I felt like the strategic plan was more of a framework, which is fine. I actually think that sometimes a framework allows folks to be a little bit more adaptable. And if that's how you're using it, I love that, but I could have used a little bit more grounding in the writing to understand, again, some of the hows and the whys of the implementation. And And probably the biggest question I had for this organization, it was very unclear to me why there's no charge for the conference. And I'm hoping that one of my colleagues here can shed some light on that, because I plain don't understand that. That being said, a great strength is their ability to continue to provide free programming. That is the best way to ensure that there are not barriers. So I appreciate that, but I do feel that people probably could pay, or some people could pay for the conference. So I'm still a little bit confused about that. I thought they were doing a lot with a very small team. I thought the letters of support were excellent. And I felt like this organization was really built and is being built and managed to fulfill their mission. I don't know where I got that, but some proposals, I'm just like, you're just doing it. You know what you're here to do and you're doing it. And I felt that. In the DEI area, I would love to know if they have any other goals or measurements that they're working towards. They mentioned a 50% board statistic, and I think that's terrific. And I'd like to know what else you're interested in doing. There were some numbers given, participant numbers per program, and I tried to do a breakdown and it seemed somewhat limited, and I wanted some corresponding language. I do understand, and from watching the video, and I think this was the one that had the teens and the spoken word delivery. Is that correct? Somebody help me. I think I'm trying to remember.
I don't recall.
It was terrific. Whatever, it was great. And I also recall in the video seeing some attached footage of these workshops. And I was just curious, like, is the small number intentional, I guess, is where I'm headed here. Is this work that is best done with only a small number? Is that the safest and most effective way to work with the youth that you're trying to reach? Could have used some language on the intentionality there. And then finally, I would just say, and I'm now calling this the gym area. The advocacy seems somewhat passive to me, but this was an area where I clearly have fewer notes. So I'm super appreciative that somebody, was paying attention and commenting on those. And I just thought it seemed a little bit on the passive side. And for a young organization, it wasn't surprising. But I think I'll stop there.
Okay, thank you. Tori, you're secondary on this.
Yeah, well, as I read this, I couldn't help but to think about the entire experience of reading these proposals and saying to myself, my God, I've got to get to Nebraska as soon as possible. And do the citizens of Nebraska know that the arts community there is second to none, that it's just as rich as any other state in this country. It's incredible. So I look forward to visiting Nebraska and touring all over. And this organization—
Let us know when you're coming.
I will. I was so impressed. This organization hosts one of the nation's most respected new play conferences. It's pretty incredible. And I love that they take this opportunity while they're capturing this national audience. And I think this might be part of their struggle, is they do have a national presence, but they do value local impact. And I love the fact that they're taking this opportunity to showcase Omaha's history and modern day issues within Omaha while sort of having this national scale. Just great. I love that they work with artists and develop artists and have theater workshops, and that they have their own community connector. Brilliant. I thought it was really cool that they embraced the Arts Council's DEI plan as sort of a basis for their own thinking. You know, oftentimes service organizations will go through a lot of effort to create these plans that they hope to share with the field, and many won't adapt them. And I thought this is great that they're adapting what you folks have put out with the very best intentions. So good. I hope others do as well. That 7-point plan is really impressive. And then Finally, I just thought that their outreach was exceptional and wide-ranging, their community partnerships, that they clearly value community, and they're in a unique place. Again, they've got a national significance, they value local community, so I guess they're just gonna kind of need to figure that out, but very impressed with this organization.
Okay, thank you. Jim?
Well, I agree with everything, and I think the one thing that did really jump out at me, and I just didn't fully understand it. Don't want to openly or too harshly criticize it, but I do wonder about the totally free programming. I think that's something worth emphasizing. I think that's maybe a something for this organization to think very strategically about as they want to grow. So yeah, that was one thing I did in terms of outreach engagement. I really like the this train the trainer approach that they talked about and how they use that in a bilingual sharing of knowledge. I think that's really a cool a cool plan to outreach to new communities, new audiences, and share knowledge, right? I think that's a big part. Let's see here. Yeah, it's such a very impressed with the fact that they are working on the strategic plan. It's obviously a pretty new organization, newly incorporated, but they already seem to have a very clear mission and strategy for achieving that vision. And then the only other thing I would add to just for just future, it's a little bit like the totally free programming. I think right now it's great, it works, and it's even impressive, but in the future, I think they also need to think a lot about their staffing. You know, with only 2 full-time staff, that becomes a real liability with transition planning. If one person leaves there, boy, that's pretty scary. So I think that will be something for them to think about how to grow their team and maintain, you know, fiscal discipline, but have that continuity for potential transitions.
Okay, thank you. Dominica?
I will definitely support all of the lovely things that have been said so far. Going last is always, it leaves the criticism to the last people, right? So I would like to echo what Jim has said about and what Helen also mentioned about having almost no earned income in that area of the budget, potentially being a liability in the future. However, I kind of love it because sometimes the expense of going to conferences can get to be a burden on creative professionals. However, I think there's a good middle option. There are lots of methods for like pay what you can options for conferences and things like that. So I would encourage investigation on pay what you can options and you know, different bracketed prices for conferences, because you don't want to cut yourself out of support from folks who have the ability and willingness to support your mission in attending events and things of that, and benefiting from your programming. So I think there's a middle ground there. I love it, and I'm also worried. So, but again, it's such a new organization that might also be part of strategy to get people in the door and understanding what the programming is like. So, that is just one thing I wanted to reiterate and provide a recommendation to look into different pricing models so that you can maintain that accessibility while also capturing the resources that you could have access to.
Okay. Any other comments? Questions? Okay, you want to review your scores and give me a thumbs up when you're finished? Okay, then I guess we're ready to go. The Kearney Community Theater, Rachel?
Thanks, Sherry. All right, this grant will provide operational support to the Kearney Community Theater for fiscal year 2024-25. And the mission of the Kearney Community Theater is to entertain, educate, and inspire the general public through the cultivation, promotion, and production of the dramatic arts.
Okay, Jim, you're primary on this. You're also muted.
Too many screens. I can't keep track of it. That's what I get for trying to save paper. Yeah, so this is another impressive organization. Kearney has a lot happening. That'd be a good town to stop in. The fact that this is a 46-year theater organization for Kearney, serves a 100-mile radius, very rural hub, 23 years for children's theater. Really appreciated the work that's being done here, especially by, seeing in my own community how difficult maintaining community theater has become, I think, these days. To have this mission serve for nearly half century is impressive. Though I will say, I love that they gave some plugs for theater, advocacy here, and that it builds confidence, helps concentration, et cetera, et cetera. I thought it was cool that they included that in their narrative. I really did remind someone who doesn't do a lot of theater stuff, just the value of theater as a creative art form and what it does for our communities. Let's see here. I'm just saying a few things that I really like here. First, the board members taking turns as executive producer was pretty cool. I don't know if that's common or not. It sounded kind of unusual to me that having board members that would be willing to do that for each show is pretty cool. I love that commitment they make to success. The evaluation metrics are pretty traditional. It would have been good to see the impressive community interaction of one of our, I know we're not supposed to compare to other organizations, but I just think there could be more opportunities for the community to get involved in that. The strategic plan, I appreciated the honesty of the fact that the current plan was delayed due to COVID, and that the current plan has clear objectives, but because it's been in place for a while, I didn't see any indication of progress. I think that would be great for any plan that's kind of in the works. It'd be nice to see where they're at within that plan. So I would have liked to just had more references to success. They're nearing the end of a 4 or 5 year plan. I'm sure there's been some great things to talk about there. I think that would have been a valuable addition to this narrative. Budget is lean. 35% of it is raised from ticket sales. I think that's great in a town like Kearney. Nearly half of their annual revenue is earned. So for theater, I think, again, that to me is a pretty healthy metric. I am a little bit concerned about the single full-time position. I think that's always a concern for me is, if it boils down to one person, you just have some fear of what happens if that person leaves. I realize there's the balance of how do you pay for more people and how do you make those dollars go as far as they can. I'd like to learn a little bit more about this Kearney Cultural Partners. It's mentioned a few times. It sounds like quite a great organization. They're creating kind of a unified vision for Kearney as a creative hub, as a creative destination. I think that's really inspiring, and it's good to see that there's some unified goals here. The outreach and partnerships were strong, through a Museum of Nebraska, public schools, Kearney cultural programs, that Kearney Cultural Partners. The fact that the space is used by so many community groups, I thought was really cool. It is a community space. That being said, I didn't see a lot of outreach outside the four walls of the theater. So, you know, that's something that I think is a challenge when you're really focused on a building and filling that building in with productions and with people and selling seats, but something to be thinking about. The I appreciated the mention of being on the chamber, active relationships with state policymakers. You know, again, just going to advocacy work, member of Nebraskans for the Arts. I think that just is so strong for that organization, be able to walk into Lincoln and show this long list of all of the organizations across the state that are partners and support the mission of arts advocacy. Yeah, so let's see if there's anything else. Again, you know, impressive work being done, and you know, like in the middle of Nebraska. I know Kearney isn't especially rural, but it is compared to a lot of our country. And just people doing really good work to be sure the arts are represented and strong. I thought I had one other note here. Let me go down to the bottom. I think that might be it, Sherry. So maybe we can go on. If I find it, I'll jump back in. But
Right, you can jump back in at the end. That'll be
okay.
fine. Okay, Dominica?
Hi, yes. I will definitely support everything that Jim has brought up so far. One of the points that I wanted to highlight was there are pros and cons to having an organization that has had this much longevity. And it makes me wonder how actively they're using the feedback, which their evaluation strategies are really robust. They engage with them regularly, but I wish that there had been more evidence within the application of how evaluation has changed their programming and processes over time. There are a lot of avenues for information gathering, but I wasn't really sure how that was being used. I don't want to suggest that this organization could be stuck in their ways, but anytime I see an organization that's doing really good work, that has been doing really good work for a long time, there's always that danger of, you know, going through the motions after a little while. So this is just a recommendation to make sure that there is room within this beautiful organization for progress and change based on the evidence that you're collecting. So just make sure you're not collecting a bunch of data to just sit on a hard drive. Make sure that you're applying it to your programs. And I think that there's some evidence for that as well, but I would have liked to hear a little bit more about how that goes to work. Other than that, I really just would reiterate everything that Jim has said. There's a lot of good work going on, being really responsive to the community. The programs are really well aligned with the mission. It's a lovely organization to see.
Okay, thank you. Helen?
Thank you.
Oh, I'm so sorry. There was one more thing. I wanted to mention the fact that there needs to be a little bit more work on the DEIB sphere. It seems like there are intentions in place, but it seems to also be an area for growth. Like there needs to be more movement in that direction. There we go. Sorry, I missed that note.
Okay, Helen.
Thank you. No worries. Okay. So I found the clearly described system of operations for each show to be like, wow, you have it down. And I thought, you know, this is a necessary byproduct of working with volunteers, and that really impressed me. I could have used more details in the discussion of the programming. There are board and community members serving on committees, and the board members are the producers, as Jim mentioned. And I wanted a little bit of information about the balance of power in decision-making. That wasn't entirely clear to me, so I could have used a little bit extra there. And to Domenica's point, I had a note to myself, do they ever adjust the system they've created? How do you resolve conflicts? I felt like over time, they must do this, but I would have liked to have known what that system, that piece of the system, the evaluative piece, how that kicks in. Curious how they survey participants and the audience to understand how they are being responsive to their community. Wanted to know how full their houses are. Does word of mouth increase and tell you anything about the quality of the shows? Just a little bit more information about who you're serving and how they interact with you regularly would tell me something more about the quality of your performances. I craved a calculated in-kind for this organization. I know there's so much, and I just, for some reason, I kept wanting that stat. I wanted that stat. I wanted to know because they talk about it a lot, and I could feel it, and I craved to see some numbers or hours associated to that. Under evaluation and planning, I just want to give some mad props for the Flex ticket season subscription. I thought that was creative, and it seemed like you were addressing a community need that you might have heard. And I was like, tell me that, right? Like, I love the idea, and then I love it. Plus, if you tell me that it's responsive to feedback that you've received. Turning season subscribers into donors is always difficult, and I felt like this organization was working that angle well. Nobody has yet to mention the fundraising for the all-gender bathroom. Yes, do it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And using an outside facilitator for their next retreat. This is something that I think all organizations can and should be doing. I know that there's often a cost associated with it, but the challenge that you get from somebody from the outside coming in, questioning your whys and whereases, like that takes you out of your comfort zone, and it gives you just so much more to think about. I did think the strategic plan was a little light on details, and I didn't wholly understand the whys in the tool. They didn't seem to be there. You know, why are you doing this? It felt more like a committee work plan to me, and I wasn't really sure what we were strategizing for. So that piece, the why and the strategy, was missing. Yeah, let's see, then outreach and engagement. Let me see if I have anything new. I don't think I've heard this yet, the art exhibitions related to the production support further education and audience engagement. And there's lots of opportunities to see shows for free for populations that are underserved. I think we've talked about this before with other organizations. I don't know your community, and I craved clarity on the composition of the community and who's attending the shows. And any statistics you have to share about the area in terms of the demographics, or in terms of who your volunteers are or your program participants. That just makes it a little bit difficult to know if what you're offering is really responsive to your community. Let's see. Curious if you're producing local or regional plays. There was a mention of a playwright. coming and speaking, and the person wasn't named. And so that made me curious. There was a mention of a mural. And I wanted to know. I went straight to the website and I dug through all the links. I was trying to see this so I could get a feel for how that demonstrates diversity. I think that's where it was mentioned. I do feel there was some authentic language in the DEI capture, particularly in relationship, again, to the bathroom. There are signs of movement, but it still felt on the aspirational side, and I couldn't really commit to whether or not you were challenging yourselves in this area. It is difficult work, and I want to encourage everybody not to skirt the issues, just challenge, just move in there and name things as much as you can. Everybody getting a fair chance. This is a direct quote from material, is yes, and it's not true equity work. So this is the space that I think, is the comfort zone. So being intentional about making efforts in that way, I think it kind of helps folks break free of their fear of this work. The letters I did not find to be too helpful. Only the first letter was specific to this process. And you've already heard me say, or maybe not, I guess folks are coming in and out. So I will just reiterate the comment that if you're asked for this is your opportunity to have somebody say something about you that it's difficult for you to say yourself, or to further focus on something that you're super proud of, a partnership, a relationship, or you're standing in the community. So providing photocopies of thank you notes and things like that, it doesn't really say much. So I want to encourage folks to take that piece seriously. That's it for me. Thanks.
Okay, Tori?
Not much more to add here. For me, I thought their longevity demonstrated a pretty deep understanding of the artistic business model required for that community. Almost a half a century. So clearly they know what they're doing. Helen, you talked about capturing the value of in-kind. That I think if they had time to do this, wouldn't it be interesting? Because they have participants traveling up to 90 miles to volunteer in their productions, right? And I wonder if they've ever captured the value of the highway travel and the use of the car. I mean, their numbers are probably shooting way up, but that's just incredible. And I love that they attract individuals from smaller rural communities that don't have their own theaters, and that those folks appreciate this theater's reputation, and that they've had patrons from 53 different Nebraska communities and 16 states, and that they maintain these long-standing and robust community partnerships. Just a very impressive organization. Nothing more to add.
Great, thank you. All right, take a few minutes to check your scores, do any adjustments you need to, and then thumbs up when you're finished. Okay, then let's move on. The next one is Lincoln Arts Council. Rachel?
Thanks, Sherry. So this grant will provide operational support to the Lincoln Arts Council for fiscal year 2024-25. The mission of the Lincoln Arts Council is to serve the arts community of Nebraska's capital and to help the arts serve the greater community. They work collaboratively with individual artists, arts organizations, social service agencies, and other partners who believe that full and equitable access to the arts provides essential opportunities for individuals and organizations to thrive, thereby building a more vibrant community.
Okay, Helen, your lead on this.
Thank you. Okay, in the artistic excellence, I felt like the overview was great and they peppered it with data, so thank you for that. And I also appreciate the diverse mix of programming. I found that I was craving to know how artists are selected to represent your various programs. So tell me that when you can. Under planning and evaluation, it seems like there are ample opportunities for folks to provide feedback program by program. They also suggest that they collect demographic data. So would have liked to have seen that utilized, but I believe them. We've mentioned this before with other organizations, and I'm not comparing and contrasting, but it's always great if you can provide an example of how you use evaluation to adapt a program. So I understand you do this, and then so what is the results? And call yourself in or out with whether it was successful or not. Like that shows action, and that's always great to have in a proposal. The strategic plan did not discuss EDIA or operationalizing equity. Under outreach and engagement, yay for AEP 6 participation. And I really, really appreciated the letter from an artist. That is always a good call because again, if you're centering artists and they can speak to your value, that's something that I am really interested in. I did find some of the language to be a little bit broad and assuming that I know what you're talking about in the writing. There were a lot of words and not as much specificity as I felt I needed. For me, the what is always easier to write about, and it's the how and the why that are more difficult. And I found there was just a lot of what language. And this is, I believe, in the 5 goals in the plan. The word encourage is used in 3 of the 5 goals, and that's an example of what does that look like? What does it look like to encourage? Let's see. There is a plan to build DEI priorities into the next strategic plan. And to organize the plan, the staff and board will develop a collaborative prioritization process. But we weren't given that plan, I don't think. Demographics would have been helpful to understand at least the baseline that we're working from. Again, this for me is sort of foundational DEI, understanding the who's and where you're headed is really incumbent upon folks knowing who's not, right? Like who isn't participating. So I crave demographics. And I don't want to ever assume that you're relying on partners or partner organizations that you work with to make sure that you're serving the audiences that you say you're serving. So that's where data becomes really helpful. And I think I'm going to stop there. I think with this proposal, what I did not do is I think I'm having an issue between what was in the strategic plan provided and whether or not there was a DEIA plan provided. So I need to do a bit more investigating there.
Okay, you can jump back in later. All right, Tori, you're secondary on this.
Okay, I can appreciate the challenges of running a local arts council. And I appreciate the fact that they serve as the cornerstone of Lincoln's cultural landscape. And they play an important role in promoting and supporting various forms of artistic endeavors, ranging from the visual arts to the performing arts and beyond. And in my estimation, they appear to be operating in a way that's consistent with the very best practices of solidly run local arts aid councils across the nation. So no issues there. My big question was, what I didn't, and this may speak a little bit to what Helen tapped into, and that is just how are they modeling creativity and evolution themselves? And can they include more of that language in their overall approach to organizational storytelling in the future? That's all. Just maybe they're maybe doing it. It's just that if they can just put that into their organizational storytelling, that would be helpful.
Okay. Jim?
All right. Yeah, thank you. It was interesting to read through this program and just to see all of the ways that the Lincoln Arts Council is contributing to the vibrancy of creativity in Lincoln. But I'll just jump into a couple things that left me wanting, I guess, or questioning. And I think one of the challenges with a group like the Lincoln Arts Council, and I can relate to it with a lot of the groups that we work with here in South Dakota, is that they do so much. How do you include it all in this narrative? I mean, it's a lot, and I think that's a huge challenge for the person writing this application. So I do understand that, and I just felt like a lot of it. There was a lot of times where I felt like it was shorthand. Like if I had gone and visited with them for an hour and then read this, I'd totally get it. But there was just a lot of using abbreviations, a lot of things like the Upstart program. I didn't quite get into. I just didn't quite understand right away what it's almost like they needed to describe these programs a little more succinctly before they started talking how they worked with them or how they engaged them in the community. So I just a lot, like the Artist Incorporated program from Mid-American Arts. I'm kind of actually a little bit ashamed I don't know that already, just as a arts kind of trying to tie into the regional arts organizations. That I try to study on that, but I wasn't familiar with that, and it didn't really explain that. We talked about the Emerging Artist Program and how it connects artists with festival sales. I could try to understand, how does that work? How do you connect those? Which arts festivals? There was just a lot of programs that I felt like I didn't really fully understand as I read this. So just something to be aware of for somebody that is totally removed from Lincoln and anything happening there, that it just, I kind of left kind of a bit confused. Didn't quite get the landscape. That being said, I realize there's a lot to talk about, so it's hard to fit it all in. There was some confusion to me between program development, evaluation, and strategic planning. I didn't quite see separation there as much as I'd like to understand the differences there. And then I'll just say on the budgeting side, I think the development plan has a great approach. It looks like there's a healthy fundraising effort. It's a $1 million organization. So obviously there's some good fundraising being done, but I would like to understand a bit more about the foundational relationships. You see foundational relationships of emerging artist grants or operating grants or major gifts, those are the two grants. I kind of wanted to understand how those break down. Are you talking about 3 foundations? Are you talking about 8 foundations? Are they governmental foundations? Are they all private? I just kind of wanted to understand that role of revenue a bit more. And then I kind of wanted to understand a bit more about the major gifts manager versus corporate partnerships manager. Just some of that capacity building work I felt like is obviously happening. It just didn't, again, like with a lot of things in this narrative, I felt like I just didn't quite understand it. So the last couple things, these are just, I'm just adding, there's so much good stuff happening. I want to make sure I'm clear that I'm just adding some things that left me questioning some of the program, and I won't go through all the great things happening because that's already been mentioned by Helen and Tori. But the couple other things like Lincoln Calling, that was a program that had obviously a major part of your budget and mission. Didn't quite fully understand what that program is. I probably should have, I probably could have done more digging through the website and stuff, but it did kind of leave me just questioning that program and why does it get so much support, which I'm sure it's a great program. And then the last thing I'll say is there was when we talked about outreach and accessibility, there was a lot of these goals. It was listed 2 or 3 times. Encourage full participation in LAC supported programs. I didn't really know what that meant. Encourage full participation. That if that was included once, I'd probably be okay. Maybe I just don't get it. But that answer was given 2 or 3 times, and it just left me thinking, what? What do you mean by that? And then the last thing, great thing is the advocacy work. I think it's clear, spending time in Lincoln, based there, working with Nebraskans for the Arts. The director serves on a board with the mayor, for leadership in the Lincoln arts strategy, strategic plan for the city. So those are great things. I think this organization's doing a lot of amazing work, obviously, but I felt like it was the whole narrative was just a little bit too shorthand for me. Like I really just didn't quite grasp everything very clearly.
Okay, thank you. Dominica? Did they leave you anything?
Not a whole lot. I would like to say that it is always a challenge to get such a broad-reaching organization with so many programs down onto paper in a way that reviewers will have time to read it all, right? So I want to echo what Jim has mentioned so far, and I can just support everything that has been said thus far. So thank you.
Okay, do your scoring and thumbs up when done.
I just have, I do.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries. I want to clarify that what I was trying to articulate, and not well, is that in the DEI document that was provided, it said that LAC plans to build DEI priorities into our next strategic plan. To organize the plan, staff and board will develop a collaborative prioritization process. And I'm toggling back and forth between the 2 documents. And this is, I think, how I ended up confusing myself. I don't see it in there. And I don't think, calling it out specifically to me is dangerous, because then you hold it as an appendage onto your organization as opposed to taking it into your organization. But I just don't see it or feel it in the strategic plan. And so I want to make sure that if you're going to call it out specifically and it's going to be a siloed endeavor, do that. If you're going to embed it and build it into all the spaces within the plan, use some of the corresponding language so that we can understand naming things is really, really important. It's important for the community, but it's also important for us. This is what changes us. The more we're comfortable calling ourselves out and into these spaces. And that's where I got confused. So thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Other comments? Okay, then go to the scoring. Okay, then let's move on to Lincoln Community Playhouse. Rachel?
Great. And I just wanted to check in. I thought we could do one more and then take a break, but wanted to make sure everyone was doing okay. Great. Okay. So thank you, Sherry. This grant application will provide operational support to the Lincoln Community Playhouse for fiscal year 2024-25. The mission of the Lincoln Community Playhouse is to positively transform the lives of individuals and profoundly change our community by providing the finest quality theater experience in both process and production.
Okay, primary, Tori, you're up.
Okay, I just have so much respect for community playhouses because it's hard work. It's volunteer. It's hard work. It's really passionate love work. And I love that they're theater participants and ages. The audiences range from 9 to the 90s. They have this Penguin project that offers youth with special needs a place in the spotlight. So it's hard enough just running a community theater, but when you start to do these other things, that's really even extra bonus. That deserves extra credit, I believe. And then they also have this senior program where they offer they have a program for senior actors who aren't comfortable with memorization. So it's just great that they're augmenting their core community theater with stuff for youth and stuff for seniors with memory issues. And I love that they also connect with the community by efforts like loaning out their buildings for rehearsals to groups like the Martin Luther King Youth Rally. Bravo. I would just say that if they have the time, and I know that this is hard, if they could just think a little bit more about everything that they do is part of the show. And so the materials, the marketing, the language, just to make that as exciting as what's going on stage. The show is all of it. All of it is a part of the show. And so don't underestimate the importance of all of the entire way they show up, all of the materials, because there was just a little bit of the energy in the materials felt like it was lacking some of the energy, and I get it, but I just don't underestimate how important that is. And beyond that, not much else. I just great organization, applaud what they do, but remember the show just doesn't start at 8 p.m. The show is the entire way they show up in community.
Okay, thank you. Jim?
Yeah, thank you, Tori. Yeah, I agree. This organization, when you look at the longevity and just the involvement the community must invest is impressive. The building is used 330 days a year. I mean, that's great. That's really impressive. So congrats on that. A couple things that I'll just hear on the artistic excellence, going through the categories here. I think there's so many good things happening, but it would be interesting to better understand their metrics for quality, artistic quality, or artistic success. I think there is a lot of that, just trying to understand how they define that a little more clearly. So in that kind of leads into evaluation as well. There was some talk about measurement and and metrics, but maybe not what that means for the organization. The stalled strategic plan. I mean, I think so many of us are in that same boat, right? We kind of lost 3 years, especially if you're in the performing arts. So I think that's totally understandable. I'm glad they said, hey, we lost momentum. That makes sense. Be honest about it. only thing I would wonder is if it would be good to reset some of the timelines then. It seemed like some of that was still listed as past instead of, hey, we know that's gone. Let's kind of restart it here. And then I just viewed the strategic plan as impressive but aggressive, so it was a lot. Just something to think about for a small organization. I think it'd be great if you can get through it all, but for me personally, I always like to have goals set that are achievable, and not to the point where you just know you're going to have to miss half of it because it's too much. So just something to think about there. The in-kind partnership was amazing. It was good to see the 990. It did give me a appreciation for the fiscal health of the organization. And then the last thing I would just mention is, just again, for a theater, I think it's always hard to figure out the best way to do this, but how do you get outside the playhouse? How do you get out into the community a little bit more? There's certainly a balance for that when you're really trying to maintain a program in a facility and bringing people there. But I think sometimes it starts by going out into the community and meeting them and then bringing them, hopefully inviting them back into your space. But really, I mean, again, what a great organization serving Nebraska audiences. It's just so cool to see this work being done.
Thank you. Dominica?
Yeah, I will support everything that has been said so far. One of the things that I wanted to sort of add on to is the need for more robust evaluation and feedback, more from like the audience perspective and the community perspective. I feel it mentions that in the narrative that a great deal of their evaluations comes from a CRM program that tracks tickets, patrons, donations, registrations, etc. I think that there are some limitations to the type of data that you can get from a CRM system, though it's really good. Sometimes it'll miss some of those qualitative things that can help us, move forward and make little changes, like those that we've seen, addressing very specific needs, like literal physical barriers that have come up in population. So I would say it would have been really nice to see a little bit more robust evaluation. I also want to second that the strategic plan needs a bit of a reset. One of the things that stood out to me about the strategic plan is that I think it needs more board buy-in. I feel like engaging the board and making them more responsible to different aspects of the strategic plan would only strengthen the organization. So that is a point I wanted to bring up. And it would also be good to see a little bit more specifics in development goals. It feels like this organization is in a moment of, we made it through the rough part and we need to reset. And I want to commend them for making it through the rough part. And I also see that based on all of the lovely things that we've already gotten to say about the organization, they will have a successful reset. But yeah, I want to see more out of the evaluation and planning section. That was the part that stood out to me as an area for growth.
Okay, Helen?
Thank you. And I super appreciate the thoroughness of the other reviewers. I don't have too much more to add. I was just challenged by the lack of information that was provided. This is an organization that I found myself rooting for just by the nature of the work they do. And what I could tell was happening, but wasn't being told to me. And the comments on the strategic plan are real and true. And I work with a lot of organizations that are in this situation right now. Like other organizations, I am always supportive and appreciative of out-of-the-box thinking. The pet adoption partnership with the Humane Society made me smile. Donating the space on the regular to an elementary school and developing that relationship so that you are deepening that relationship is really valuable. And I appreciated a lot of the details that were used in describing accessibility, accommodation, and working with actors of color. And then just a big old caps in-kind donations. Like I just like that just impresses me beyond. And it's a fine line you have to walk between making it overwhelming that so much is being done in kind and really elevating that into the space of look at the donations that we're getting from our community towards this work that we're doing, because that showcases incredible buy-in. I also was impressed by their earned income. I thought it was pretty diverse overall between tickets, classes, and concessions that impressed me. Oh, one last thing. The word profound or the statement profound changes in the community was used in relationship to something that they aspire to do. And if you're going to use a word like profound, I just like tell me what that means to you so that I understand it in relationship to the choices you're making.
Okay, any other comments or discussion on this? Okay, take a few minutes then to go over your scores. Thank you. Thank you, Jim. Okay, then we're done with the Lincoln Community Playhouse. Rachel, did you want to take a break?
Yeah, let's take a little break. We'll come back at 11:30. The next application, when we come back from the break, will be the Lux Center for the Arts that we will review. So for those applicants that are tuning in, that will be the next one that is up, and we will be back at 11:30.
Okay, see everybody then. Okay, let's see, we're just waiting. There's Jim. Okay, I guess we're ready to get started with Lex Center for the Arts.
Thanks, Sherry.
So,
And I just wanted to run something by the panel. We're coming up on 11:30. So I'm thinking we might try to get through maybe 3 more applications and then we'll take a lunch break for a half hour, if that sounds okay with everyone. If not, just let me know. You can always send a chat or just let me know, but that's kind of my plan as we move forward.
that's good.
Okay, great. All right, this grant application will provide operational support to the Lux Center for the Arts for the fiscal year 2024-25. The mission of the Lux Center is dedicated to transforming lives through art. They are a community of art lovers, providing education through art classes, artist in residency programs, gallery exhibitions, and community outreach. They believe the Lux can help people make meaningful connections to art regardless of who they are.
All right, Dominica, you're primary on this.
All right. So the thing that stands out to me the most about the Lux Center for the Arts application is that it is an organization with a building that also does a great job of not just being confined to the building. I think that they do a really good job in outreach, especially with their programming around public art. It is also really lovely to see such a like robust list of classes available. It seems like it is engaging people from, you know, the beginning of their experiences with art as children all the way through. A lot of different levels of instruction. There are 5 gallery spaces within the building with rotating shows. I think that the programming is really impressive. And it's generally responsive to the community. It seems that they're going through a period of increasing outreach through DEI work to more diverse and underserved communities. So it's an area for growth from them. They have aspirations to do that. I would like to make a recommendation that whenever they go into doing deeper outreach in these phases, to charge and compensate a member of the community that they're trying to do outreach to with organizing a focus group or some sort of community event where they can get you know, broad feedback that's a little bit more spontaneous in as well. So that is one thing I would like to see, to just ensure that the programs are being responsive and being changed by the work that they're doing with DEI. Mission is really well supported by the programs. Yeah, I'm very impressed with the programming offered by this organization. Also, the evaluations that they do are really robust. The only recommendation I would make would be for specifically the classes to have pre and post surveys that ask questions around specific goals that could be similar goals for all of their courses. So skill development, confidence with creativity, being able to tell their story, that sort of thing. And also a method for documenting more spontaneous qualitative feedback. So going back to like organizing a listening session or a focus group or something like that, just to have broader conversations on the programming, but really very good. Also was really impressed that staff, board, and resident artists are all involved and engaged with the strategic plan. They also conducted a relevant update and invested in onboarding new partners to the plan when they had new people coming on staff and board involved with the organization. I thought that that was good. Oftentimes you'll see a strategic plan that no one has read that people are not being onboarded to properly. So this is really great. The budget is well itemized. I felt very confident about the health of the organization. And they mentioned themselves that they need to invest more more of their organizational capacity into a development position to continue to navigate the lack of ARPA funds while maintaining and growing the organization. So I think that the development, the opportunity for growth and development is something that they've identified and they're, working on addressing as well. I think that the partnerships are very solid and adequate to the current programming. I also noted for myself that partnerships might be increased in the future, and more deep collaborative partners could be a resource or a strategy for development by teaming up with other organizations to pursue grant funding or donors or programmatic activities that might help sort of deal with that shift coming out of ARPA funds. The outreach, again, like I mentioned before, excellent. They have a building, but they're not stuck inside of it. And the engagement, they're sort of in the midst of work to address important factors of audience engagement and accessibility. So, keep going. I think that there are some changes that need to be made to deepen those goals away from being aspirational and being more active, but they seem to be on the path. And also the advocacy on this application was really great. They're committed to regular advocacy through programs, and also their board membership represents some advocacy work to keep policymakers informed of the organization. And so I will say I was really impressed by this organization's just multifaceted programming that addresses a lot of different areas. I really do think that they're living up to their mission. So I will stop there.
Okay, thank you. Helen?
Yeah, exclamation point on that last comment and on Domenica's comments about the programming. I was very impressed, and it did receive one of my higher artistic excellence scores. Just a couple things to note in addition to what Domenica said. Having diverse voices on the exhibition committee is important. Even telling me you have an exhibition committee is really helpful. So I love that. Also, free and open to the public is wonderful. One of maybe 2 or 3 organizations that have had an equity audit. I love that they were revisiting their strategic plan and improving their goals. I felt like I was on a journey with them in relationship to their strategic planning. And the fact that they were able to share that they've accomplished more than they expected by continually revisiting the plan, like that is that's an important thing to recognize, and it's an important thing to share. So I wanna prop for that. I also found it very focused. And also in the planning and evaluation, I appreciated the strong earned revenue and foundation support. The only thing I would suggest in relationship to EDI, they seem quite a bit further along than most, and there's an intentional focus on HR and culture. So embedding operationally these concepts into the organization. And this is wonderful, and I think perhaps even somewhat unique in this batch of proposals that we received. And I just want to give that a shout out. I am very concerned for all organizations with the ARPA money and folks who chose to increase salaries for people and are now discovering that perhaps making that money back in other ways is going to be more difficult than they had anticipated. It's really unclear how they're going to replace that money. And I felt that their individual and their corporate contributions could be improved. And again, not being from the state or understanding this region really well, I say those things only against the cohort that we're seeing as my way of kind of understanding maybe what the norm is in these areas. I appreciated both adult and student scholarships being offered. Appreciated bilingual classes, trauma-informed workshops and mentoring, evolving existing programs that you plan to evaluate and retool. Thank you for telling me that. Having an artist community advisory board. Thank you for telling me that. Diversifying your partners with healthcare and other social service entities is great. All stakeholders at the table for the EDIA work is like, that's the only way to do it. And I kind of wanted to know a little bit more about how you were doing that. I see this organization very clearly on the pathway to systemic change, and that was exciting. Finally, I will say that there was some aspirational language in the grant writing. As somebody who reads a ton of material, using words like want and hope. We want to offer classes to refugees and immigrant families. We hope to continue to offer classes to community partners. That language comes across as weak, and perhaps that maybe you're just using it for the writing of the grant. And I don't misconstrue it. I do not feel that way about this organization at all. So just be careful about using that type of language. As well, because you did have some really good how language in your outreach and inclusion process. And I really appreciated in that space saying Lux will. Lux will. So that was just the two ends of the spectrum that I noted. But otherwise, I appreciated getting to know this organization through this proposal.
Okay. Jim?
No, I everything that's been said, I agree with. It's a really, really well done. I think this is a good model application or narrative to hold up to other groups maybe. I don't know if you do that in Nebraska. I know in South Dakota there's been times when there's been certain grant narratives that have been used as kind of a showcase or a how-to guide. And I think this one's really good at, especially defining their programs and artistic excellence. It led me right in and made me excited about all the things that they're doing. And the other thing I just want to add very briefly is that I appreciated the honesty regarding some staff turnover recently and difficulties there. And then the gap, the ARPA funds, the cliff that so many organizations are facing as they try to raise those funds now post-COVID. So it's really good to read that and understand that, hey, you're doing a lot of great work, but it's not without difficulty, and there's some real challenges too.
Thank you. Tori?
Not much to add. Pretty impressive that with all this going on, they're reaching nearly 3,000 people a year and offer up to 400 classes. That's pretty amazing. Nothing else.
All right. Any other comments? Okay, then check your scoring and give me the thumbs up when you're done. Okay, that was quick. Let's go on then to Merryman Performing Arts Center, Inc. Rachel?
This grant will provide operational support to the Merriman Performing Arts Center for fiscal year 2024-25. Their mission is to be an engine of creativity for youth and a center of enjoyment and affirmation for the community by offering exceptional dance, music, and theater performances in the renovated historically significant venue.
All right. Let's see, primary on this is Helen.
Thank you. Artistic excellence. I have a lot of strengths here. I appreciate that they're increasing their season subscriber members over the past 8 years. It's almost doubled. And thank you for telling me your audience numbers. Really, really appreciated that. Serving a rural community, calling themselves welcoming and world-class, and I love that. Functioning in an elementary school, I also really appreciated that. Exposing youth to performance, including national touring shows. And I appreciated the diversity of the programming, jazz, mariachi, comedy. It felt thoughtful. I don't know where that's coming from, but I remember just being like, oh, this feels really thoughtful. I appreciated the comment about being mindful of not competing with partners in the community, and the suggestion that it's challenging to avoid redundancy. I don't feel like that got unpacked. And I'm curious about that. But mostly I just want to appreciate that they're thinking about others in the community doing artistic work. Love, love, love that they are striving for excess funding to allow for facility improvement. And they talk specifically more than once about lighting in the artistic realm and handrails in the facility and accessibility improvement area. This to me goes back to a comment we talked about earlier about balanced budgets. And I got the impression that this was something this was a target that they constantly wanted to have maintenance money available to improve the space. And I really appreciated that. I also, I adored the video of the sculpture talking to the students and then working with them on the install. That piece of media suggests something about how you think about work and your community in a way that, again, video provides better than anything else. To see those young people hearing from him and then watching him work and then seeing them again in the install really helped me understand how you're holding folks in your community. In the planning and evaluation, I love the Post-it notes. I call them sticky notes in my world out here, but I really love that idea that you provide those for folks to make it easy for them to give you feedback and then pass that on to you. Also appreciate that you're doing ongoing focus groups. Let's see, showcased good movement with building the funding base and reserves so the building can be up to date and accessible. I already said that, but I also have that note under planning and evaluation. I noticed that students were not listed as members of ongoing focus groups, and I was curious about that. Wondering if there was any youth participation and wondering if not, why not? Let's see. Evaluation felt very specific to the type of programming, and I don't think I had enough information to know if you're engaging patrons and communities with regards to ancillary items such as accessibility, cost of ticket, timing of programs, etc. Wondered if they care about that or if audiences are not engaged in giving that kind of feedback. I also felt like I wanted to understand if there was specific regular reflection with specific diverse audiences answering similar questions over time so that we understand how any improvements or any program changes that you're making are being met by the community. Wondered about demographic collection, didn't read anything about that. I appreciate values, and I was a little overwhelmed by the array of values listed in the planning document. Some of this feels internal and appreciated, but I wanted to understand a little bit more of the how and the whys and the details of the actual plan. Let's see. And then finally, in outreach and engagements, I love the free tickets to college students, Head Start and shelters. I love this established cultural cohort with area of organizations, which continues to grow. Seems like most of the buildings that are doing performing arts with audio componentry have hearing loop investments. This is great towards accessibility, and just props to Nebraska for that. And I also love that they mentioned that they are making staffing available to support patrons to gain access to this service. So this is sort of the bugaboo with accessibility. Yay, if you're going to do it, or you would do it, but are you communicating with your audience and participants to tell them that it is here for you? And that asking and answering kind of felt like it existed here. I was challenged to understand who's really in the audience, what percentage of the house you fill on a regular basis, and the difference between your own bespoke programming and programming that you're bringing from the outside. I crave knowing that. This concept of cultural equity, and I'm using quotes because that's their language, did not seem to be specifically listed in the strategic plan, but it is listed in the EDIA question and accompanying document. So I'm just curious about that. And I felt like some of the answers in the outreach and inclusion had a little bit of a transactional feel to them. Not sure how you arrived at the goals that you shared with us. And board staff and artist development, I felt like that could be a little bit more further considered. And the answers in this area felt designed for the questions, and I wondered if this was part of a regular pursuit. And then specifically to the cultural equity, there was a comment that we will plan to do one performance per season to promote cultural equity. And that was just a comment that is just dangling out there for me. Why only one? And what do you really mean when you say that? And is this based on your audiences? Is this based on the community that you're speaking to? Or is this based on your student demographic? So I wanted to understand the relationship between the programming and the work you're doing in the DEI sphere and how you're arriving at those spaces. Just more curiosity. I think I'll stop there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Jim, you're secondary on this. You're muted, Jim. Got to start all
There
over
we go.
again.
Thank you. Thank you for the reminder, Sherry. Helen said so much of what I was thinking in such a thorough review of this. It's interesting to me that this organization seems to be fairly young. It says they were incorporated in 2012. So they're definitely doing a lot of good work for a younger organization or a younger nonprofit. I did wonder though about the program selection as it relates to their DEI work, strategic plan, versus touring artists versus local artists. I love that they do feature local artists. I think that's so key. It's something I highlighted, but just trying to better understand how they make those decisions. Obviously, the programs are popular. I mean, they're getting doubling in attendance or whatever over the last several years. Let's see here, looking at the revenue side. Yeah, the ticket sales are impressive, 740 for each of the 4 performances, the membership there, and then the door ticket sale. I mean, that's a healthy ticket sales number. You know, nearly half of your budget is from ticket sales, which is pretty cool for a facility like this. I did appreciate that they included demographics a little more thoroughly for the region. I just think that's so good for every group to do. So I can't say that enough for those of us who aren't from Nebraska or don't travel there all that often. It's so nice to get that information. The only other 2 things I'll add quickly is one is and I you know, I don't again totally know how the fundraising sector, you know, and the balance between all of the great things happening in this town. You know, I'm sure that obviously that the town, both individuals and corporations, are supporting the arts. That's really cool. But you know, it seemed like it was a little bit more weighted towards corporate and business sponsorships, maybe not as much in individual sponsorships, but you know, then those individuals are buying the season passes. So, you know, do they look at that as how they support the organization? I'm not sure, but that is one area you might be able to get a few more individuals to step up to add you know, their philanthropic support to this mission. And then I love the letter from the homeschool group that just talks about you know, that this organization is making opportunities for those who can't get those opportunities in school if they're doing homeschool. So it provides a place for that creative experience, that artistic experience and exposure. And then last, I'll say great advocacy stuff. I love how they're incorporating their local leaders within programs and invites and I think it's just something that maybe, again, I didn't go to look, but join Nebraskans for the Arts and then say you're a part of that, you know. I think it's so important to show that you're a member of that organization. So if they're not, go out and join. If they are, mention it in your next narrative. So that's all I have. Thanks, Sherry.
Thank you. Dominica?
Between Helen and Jim, you all have covered all of the notes I left for myself. So I will say yes. Yes to all of that.
All right, Tori?
And I feel the same way. Y'all have done a really good job here, so nothing further. Support everything you've offered.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Okay, then let's do the scoring and give me the heads up.
Sherry, Helen and Dominica have already done their
Okay.
thumbs up.
Perfect. Thank you very much. All right, the Minden Opera House is the next one. Rachel?
Great, thank you, Sherry. So this grant application will provide much needed operational support to the Minden Opera House for fiscal year 2024-25. The mission of the Minden Opera House is to entertain the public, inspire future generations, and promote the arts in a majestic venue.
All right, Jim, you're primary on this.
Okay. Another very successful organization serving fine folks of Nebraska. So that's great to read about this and the work being done, and the celebration and maintenance of a historic building. I love that we're seeing that in downtown communities across Nebraska, because I've always felt like we're so quick to tear stuff down and rebuild in our country, and it's really good to see the goal of maintaining historic spaces.
Yeah.
So a couple things that just on the artistic side, that you know, this notion of creating a place to experience the arts in Minden, I really appreciated and respect. You know, Omaha and Lincoln are not that far away. But you know, we see that here in South Dakota. We have some smaller communities that just a few miles outside of our kind of our larger creative hub here in South Dakota. And it's just great to see this mission of we want people to be able to stay home and experience the arts right there in their community. And I think that's really cool. So I'm glad that was highlighted. I like the promotion of local high school fine artists, in promoting local artists. It's always good to read about that. So, you know, and it being a home for the arts, the Minden Community Theater, you know, they say 2 possible shows. It's interesting. I don't know if they haven't worked out that schedule yet, but I think having those confirmed would help the just the narrative here of artistic excellence. I like the mention of hub for the arts in Minden, and the celebrating of a local artist, and using artists from the Nebraska. I think they said the Nebraska Arts Council's touring group, which is great too, because I know that's another way of celebrating Nebraska arts and Nebraska creativity. So I really like that reflection and dedication to home. The the mentioning of ecosystem, that it's this hub, this home for the arts in Minden is great. And this, it may seem, I want to call this out because I thought it was so great. The statement of, it may seem altruistic, but it is our hope that our programs make the people in our area kinder, happier, and more satisfied people with the desire to improve the world in which they live. I thought it was great, but it's, you know, I mean, that's such a noble pursuit for any business or organization, especially within the arts. So I really think that's cool that they added that, and that's something that they hope their mission will help achieve. Getting into survey or program evaluation, you know, the basic patron survey and looking at attendance stuff is a great start. But I think it's just a start. I think there's more that can be done with, you know, creating community groups, focus groups, post evaluation. You know, what's the process for looking into the information that they do get? What do they do with it once they get it? So something else that could fully tell that story of how they plan to evaluate and improve their programs. I like the conciseness of the strategic plan, and that the fact they're working towards this creative district designation. I think that's pretty cool. I know that's a kind of a big effort in Nebraska right now, so I'm glad to see that that's happening in Minden, and this group is part of it. I would like to see, you know, every time I read a strategic plan that does not clearly outline kind of the leadership or the responsibility for the goals, I always think kind of then leaves you wondering who's going to really champion that from within the team or within your board. So something that could enhance your strategic plan. The support is clear. You know, the 38% is earned revenue. Let me see here. Where am I? I'm jumping ahead. Oh yeah, here it is. You know, they mentioned this a couple times, and I'm not sure how to take it. I think it's good that this was called out and is you know, acknowledged, I guess, as part of their work in the future. But that they've had some rocky relationships with their landlord. And I think that's something that they really need to take, you know, obviously it's a concern and they know about it, but you know what, to me, that's a pretty deep concern for an organization that's really based in this building. What happens if that landlord says you're out, you know? So trying to understand that better. I'm glad they mentioned it. Just would like to understand, you know, the plan there, you know, because that landlord can make or break this entire organization pretty easily, I think. And then the very healthy financial organization, the development was well-rounded, clearly supported by their community. There are lots of great partnerships. They mentioned the high school and the library, nursing home, how the community theater uses the opera house for their productions and their rehearsals. The building is used for meetings and other city orgs, which, was interesting because I think there's a good balance here. I think sometimes, you have a community building that can then become more about community meetings and weddings and rentals than it is about actually being a space for arts and creativity. And it seems like they have a pretty good balance there from what I was reading. And then, I think this notion of how do you get out some of your programming? I mean, this is an opera house, so what do? You're really focused on that, but how do you get it out? How do you introduce the community outside of the opera house that haven't walked through those doors? How do you get in front of them and be part of that community in an effort to invite them and make them feel welcome at your actual, your theater, your space? So, and then there's some mention, I'll just mention about taking performers into the schools, and I think that's great. They have a relationship with the obviously the local high school, and in some outside programming initiatives at the library and nursing home. But I'd like a little more information on that. Specific plans, what performers? Is it one of the touring performers? So they try to do that with each show. So, and then, I think some good first steps in terms of the DEI work, in terms of, even it seems simple, but I think for small arts organizations, it can be challenging to make sure that you're communicating in other languages, advertising in Spanish for that. Those members of your community. That's a big step, I think, for a small organization. And so it's good to read about that and the committee that's being added to the board. So good first steps. And then again, member of Nebraskans for the Arts. I love to read that. So great job. Kudos. And continuing to meet with elected officials and invite them to your shows, that as long as there's a dedicated effort to do that, I think that's a great action item that this organization is following. So all in all, a lot of good things. Just some improvement or some opportunity for some more clarity, I guess, for me as a reader.
Okay, thank you. Dominica, you're secondary.
All right. Well, Jim has highlighted a lot of the positives that this organization is delivering to their community. So I'm going to focus on some areas of improvement. I wanted to go back to the fact that within the narrative of the application, this applicant is experiencing the need for an audience shift. So a lot of their supporting members are beginning to age out. And though they are engaging with a lot of school-age children, there's sort of this middle gap that they're not getting as much engagement with, that they've expressed a need and desire to target. And I think that there's a lot of desire and a lot of aspiration to connect with those audiences, but I think that the evaluation methods as they are right now are not going to get them all the way there to communicating with those audiences in a way that they can get those actionable details that they would need to really engage and have that audience shift and really bring that targeted group up to the level of their both older and younger demographics. So I want to reiterate all of the recommendations that Jim made as far as how we could go about improving evaluations, not just to improve the specific programs that are already in existence, but to really, put an ear to the ground and listen to what audiences that you feel like you're not reaching need from you. So I will say that I also wanted to say that under the audience engagement category, there are clear efforts to address DEI work, but it needs a little bit more specificity as to action steps. This is an area for growth. I also feel like the organization aspires to this work, so they just need to push a little further to use some of those evaluation methods, really listen to their community, and then put that into action. And that is all that I have to add.
Okay. Tori?
Yeah, let me just pull up my notes here. Not much to add. Let's see. I love that they explicitly prioritize sacrificing profit because they feel strongly about the artistic or cultural quality that performances provide. I also thought it was admirable that they feel a responsibility to offer a little bit of everything to try to appeal to as wide an audience as possible. That was cool that they acknowledge a less than great success with the audience survey and will be adopting a new CRM to improve this work in the future. And it was kind of nice that to acknowledge that the small town situation enables fairly reliable and attainable qualitative feedback. If they're interacting with folks as much as they say they are, that sounds great. And the strategic plan appeared to be reasonable for their organization. Let's see. And I too, Jim, really love that that they aim to make the people in Linden kinder, happier, and more satisfied with a desire to improve the world. What a beautiful thing to live with. And nothing more.
Okay, thank you. Helen?
Thank you. I appreciate everything that's been said so far, and I think I will add, overall, I needed some help with some of the language that was being used. There's some deficit language, and there's nothing about this or made me feel like that was wholly necessary in order to get the point across. And I think one of the best examples I can provide was in a press release that we provided. And the third line of the press release says, "We know that every show in our season isn't going to appeal to every person." And I would just advise, just like in the writing of the grant application, you don't need to say that because that actually gives people permission to think about your programming in a way that you don't want them to. And so I wanted more language here that showcased what I believe is the power of this amazing building in this rural community. And I could feel that, and I just wanted more of that. And I think in every answer, there is some diminishing language that doesn't help the case. And I, as a reader, don't want for you because I'm already buying what you're selling, right? Like I'm coming into this in a really, like I'm in awe that you're keeping this building going and that you are communicating and that you are, that the people in your audience are your neighbors. Like that's wonderful. And I want you to want that when you're writing the material, including simple things like press releases. I would also say I love this idea of a citywide DEI committee, and I definitely want to know more about that. It seems to hinge on your chamber, and they're getting a new director, so that we don't really know how that's going to get codified. And I crave a little bit more information. I also just craved a little bit more information about your gallery. That seemed to be additive, kind of an add-on mentioned occasionally, but not really unpacked how that's programmed and how you're evaluating any work that goes in there. So knowing that you have that is awesome, and I would love to just understand that a little bit more. I think everything else has been said. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? All right, scoring then, please. Thank you. Okay, we got thumbs up from everybody. So now, Rachel, you're suggesting a half an hour break?
Yeah, let's do a half-hour lunch. So we come back at 12:50. And that will leave us 4 more applications to get through and then the voting process at the end. So does that sound good to everybody?
Sure.
Great. That will
Okay.
be our plan.
Thank
We
you,
will,
everybody.
yes, thank you. We will
Thank you.
keep the live stream going, so just make sure you mute and turn your cameras off. Applicants who are listening in, when we come back from lunch, the first application up will be Nebraska Writers Collective that we review.
Okay, thank you.
How you holding up, Sherry?
I'm doing good.
Governor
Do
says
you-
we can stay open some lower.
Well, I'm glad that's true. I wondered what he was going to tell you about hiring.
Nothing new. He's just maintaining that 90-day. I don't know if you're familiar with it.
Yes.
We're still watching.
Oh, thank you. I appreciate it.
Now,
He just
I
was still
presume
maintaining the
90
90-day
days.
vacancy thing.
Yeah. 90 days might work if everything is hired through the state, but for example, hiring our executive director, that took about 6 months,
Yeah,
7 months.
and it doesn't apply to classified positions or discretionary positions. So that was one of the things they wanted to clear up with all those exceptions to the rule.
Okay, so we're okay.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I'll let you get back to work.
Okay. Are we, I guess we are all on, so we're gonna get back to work with the Nebraska Writers Collective. Rachel?
Right, thank you, Sherry. The Nebraska Writers Collective, this grant will provide operational support for the fiscal year 2024-25. The mission of the Nebraska Writers Collective is to foster self-empowerment and build community through creative writing and performance poetry.
All right, and Tori, you're primary on this.
Okay, can you folks hear me okay?
Mhm.
Okay, great. All right. Let's see. So for me, this group holds significant artistic merit through its workshops and performances and outreach programs. The collective, they foster a vibrant community of writers, poets, and spoken word artists, enriching not only Nebraska's cultural landscape, but our entire nation. Once again, we have a group from Alaska impacting the entire nation. And its commitment to nurturing diverse voices and empowering individuals to share their stories reflects the essence of artistic expression and its power to connect people across boundaries, which is really great. They seem to operate with what appears to be a best practices embrace of quantitative and qualitative data analysis. And this approach seems to have informed their recent strategic plan, which included input from staff, board, and stakeholders. And they operate with an impressive scale and variety of community literary programs. They offer a range of activities beyond traditional writing workshops, such as performance events, open mics, spoken word competitions, and community publishing projects. These, in my estimation, these varied opportunities appeal to different interests and talents within a large and diverse community that is not necessarily bound by geography. So exceptional work, lots of praise for this organization, and they seem to be committed to operating with best practices.
All right. Dominica?
Yeah, I will second everything that Tori has mentioned. I was especially impressed with how responsive this organization is to its community of practice. It seems like their evaluation methods are really great. I also really appreciated the 3-year time frame on their strategic plan and how thorough and timely it was. That 3-year time frame really drives responsiveness in a changing landscape, especially when you're dealing with a group of professionals creating work. Being able to shift as you need to is really important. There is action around advocacy on topics like through the mediums. I felt like the advocacy was probably one of the biggest areas for growth with this organization. And it's interesting because the work that comes out of the organization is advocacy, but it is often advocacy on other subjects, not necessarily the organization itself. So I would encourage the organization to look at how they can use the power of their advocacy work that is being directed towards other subjects and then spread some of that internally so that they can develop relationships. They also mentioned that it is a difficult political climate for some of the work that they do. So I wanted to acknowledge that it is sometimes a difficult political climate to connect with policymakers when current legislation and political climate are not value aligned with the organization's work necessarily. However, that feels like a challenge to me to find common ground, to find reasons to communicate on a variety of subjects and the value that this organization has for its community of writers. It's really stunning. In my own experience as an entrepreneurship support provider, it is really lovely to see such thoughtful programming and such responsive evaluation of those programs to that community of practice. So that is what I'll say.
Great, thank you. Jim.
Yeah, excellent organization and really good application. Again, one that I could really fall into and feel like I can understand what they're doing, what their goals are. I especially appreciate it. I just want to echo the pre and post survey metrics to really see the success or maybe challenges that still exist. And then the work to pay all the teaching artists to when you look at the just was looking for their budget here, but core teaching artists, contractual services, they're paying $45,000 a year, at least in this budget for directly to artists. I mean, that's significant. We need a lot more work like that in all of our states where artists can make a living. So yeah, all around really like what was happening with this org and the focus within their discipline or their kind of creative lane, but how they were also very they had a lot of unique programs and diversity within that kind of idiom or that genre of art.
Okay, thank you. Helen?
Yeah, lots of props for this organization, including mentioning that when listening to stakeholders, they're looking for patterns. This shows that they are not on autopilot when assessing the needs of the community. It shows that adaptive movement in thinking, which I love, and I love being told that that's what you do, because then it definitely is believable. There were some demographics mentioned, which makes me feel like they're aware of who they serve and how they should be serving them. I also appreciated the honesty and the transparency that was present in the strategic plan. And then finally, let's see. They were one of the few organizations that was really direct in their language, involving their efforts with EDIA, and one of the few organizations that actually used the word race. And so I want to acknowledge that, and it was important for me to read that. I appreciate that they're paying folks to come to the town hall for a focus group. Like this is where operationalized equity lives. They use the word intersectionality in regards to their board recruitment, and I believe they know what that means. And yes, and they also had excellent letters from diverse partners with specific examples of how why the partnership with the organization is important. One or maybe two spaces, and I, with respect to Dominica already bringing this up, I would add that in the advocacy, I wondered, the invitation is clear, but are you sending your anthology to policymakers? Are you sending these amazing videos to policymakers? I think that that's something, every piece of material that was provided was really powerful. And so I think that that would be well received. And then finally, an inclusivity statement was the one space where I felt like, okay, this feels a little bit on the weak side. Inclusivity and inclusion is often vague, with an intention not to offend. And so I was a little bit surprised to read that. And overall, I just appreciated the directness that they used when addressing almost all the work they're doing.
All right, thank you. Any other final comments there? Okay, go ahead and do your scoring. Okay, thank you all. And now we'll move on to the Norfolk Arts Center. Rach?
Thanks, Sherry. The Norfolk Arts Center works with artists and schools and collaborates with other businesses, service organizations, nonprofits, and government entities to accomplish the mission of bringing people and the arts together. Grant money received will partially fund operational expenses for the fiscal year 2024-25. And they are able to locally match the basic support grant funds through memberships, sponsorships, and regional foundation grants.
Okay, Dominica, you're primary here.
All right. So I would like to say that this organization's reach is very broad. It seems like they are definitely accomplishing their mission of bringing the public into contact with the arts. And they're doing that as both viewers and participants. So it is not simply a presentation, but also participation programming, which is great to see. The artists and programming presented are of value to the community. Within the planning, I would like to see a little bit more weight given to member surveys and other external perspectives. This organization seems to lean heavily into internal program design and is not as ready to pull in feedback from evaluation. There are evaluation methods that could be used, but I would have liked to see some specific examples of using the evaluation data to adjust programming over time, and some more evidence of community feedback being more heavily considered in their programmatic planning process. They might already be doing it. It seems like their reach would demonstrate that, but I would have liked to see that more in the narrative. The strategic plan has a good structure for accountability about the objectives, but I would have liked to see a little bit more information on what has been accomplished so far. The strategic plan aligns with the mission well. The development strategy has a strong focus on membership in the strategic plan. And I think that the income is received from a pretty balanced variety of sources, so they feel healthy in that respect. I wanted to highlight partnerships, or at least the way that the organization is talking about their partnerships within this application. I feel like the partnerships themselves, the pairings are very strong. However, the way that it is being talked about in this application makes it feel very one-sided, like the organization is pulling in partnerships in less of a mutual relationship and more of a extractive relationship, but that might just be a vibe I got from the language that's being used and how they talk about it. I think that the letters of support were lacking. They're more letters of thanks than support. So those examples provided didn't give me a whole lot of information that I wasn't getting from like the turnout numbers and things like that. It is clear that you serve your region very well, reach a lot of people. I would have liked to see letters from partners talking a little bit more about the depth of those relationships. There's also evidence of outreach through partners. The partnerships are good, and an emphasis on membership development, but I would like to see more varied outreach into the community. The outreach and engagement into the community is not as strong as I think that it could be. And I would also like to see greater evidence of considering DEIA in their outreach strategies. However, that said, the advocacy on this application was really good. They're regularly present in conversations with policy makers and support arts advocacy events at the state level. So again, this does seem to be a really great resource to the community that it's in. It could use a little bit more they could use a little bit more evaluation tools to make sure they're being very responsive to their community, but overall, a lovely organization.
Okay, thank you. Jim, your secondary.
Thank you, Dominica and Sherry. Yeah, this was an interesting one to read. I've been through Norfolk. I haven't spent a lot of time there, but I actually have driven through, so I kind of know the region. And it serves, in some respects, it seems a little like an arts council, and just the way it kind of is a hub, a catalyst for so many community arts. So I thought that was cool just to see, you know, how much activity happens through this organization. The 7,000 pre-K students, I mean, that's hard to fathom. That's amazing. That's really great for a small town in Nebraska, or anywhere really. Just that small community. That's really cool. The 2 community-wide festivals I thought were neat. You know, just the idea of bringing, you know, community festivals in our smaller communities, I think, are such powerful connectors. And so it was great to read about the fact that this organization does 2 festivals. But you know, like so many of us on so many of these applications, it'd really be nice to understand demographics better, especially in a place like Norfolk, which I know, like I said, just a little bit about. And I think there's so much more they could go into to explain the rural nature of that community and, you know, some of the socioeconomic realities of that region. So that was one thing I thought could be added to. So they talked, you know, the evaluation process. I agree so much with Dominica and you know, they talked about performing arts, visual arts, and special event committees. But I kind of wanted to understand more about what those committees do. Are they for artistic decisions or oversight? Do they pull in community input? You know, does the Performing Arts Committee have a focus group or something they bring in to make those artistic decisions? So trying to understand what those committees do, I think would be helpful, especially since they made a point of mentioning them specifically. The KPI scorecard I thought was interesting, but I kind of wanted to see it. So, you know, be good to mention it and then put an example in your if it's allowed. Maybe it's not. I'm not sure if it meets the definition of a supporting document, but it seems like that'd be something great to share. The strategic plan was interesting. A lot of it I liked, you know, some of the directness, the conciseness, the fact it had timelines and responsibilities assigned. The standing agenda item on the board meetings to do quick reviews. I think that's is a good example. So many organizations just shelve their strategic plan and don't look at it for 3 years. And so I'm glad it's brought up at every board meeting. but some of the goals were a little bit unclear to me. Like specifically an example, like the third one, develop and implement a revenue plan. I kind of want to understand why. I mean, what's the reason for that? There should be like a vision behind why you do that, not just because you need the plan. I just kind of felt like it didn't really tell me the vision or the hopes of the organization through their strategic plan. Yeah, and then just I thought the funding sources were good and lots of support from the community, a diverse funding network, um, and a lot of great partners. So in a lot of ways, I think this is a very vital organization for that part of the state as a catalyst and a hub for the arts, not just in Norfolk, but really the surrounding, a lot of little towns around Norfolk, I know. So I think there's a real need for these types of organizations in our ecosystem. So it was good to read about this one and specifically then the advocacy they do in their region to advocate for the arts, like on the mayor's task force and city council meetings. And those are so essential, and so many organizations don't spend enough time to make their voice heard.
Okay.
So thank you.
Thank you, Jim. Helen?
I have nothing additive here. I really appreciate Dominica and Jim, your really thoughtful comments and the care in which you gave examples of some of the items that you were looking for and that I was looking for, and I don't think I could add anything. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Tori?
Nothing further. Ditto. Thank you.
Okay. Any other last minute things? Okay, then scoring, please. Okay, perfect. Then let's move on to the University of Nebraska-Lincoln International Quilt Study Center and Museum. All right, Rachel?
Thanks, Sherry. This grant will support the International Quilt Museum for fiscal year 2024-25, which includes its operations, educational programming for all ages, including school tours, lectures, and workshops, and exemplary exhibitions that will make a lasting impact among local and visiting guests. Through targeted community events, underserved and new audiences will be welcomed and engaged with the arts. Policymakers will learn about the importance of our work and the need for support of the arts.
Okay, Dominica, you're on.
All right. So this organization's work is very impressive. Like Tori has said a few times today, it is amazing to see such international level organizations operating out of Nebraska, and now I need to go. So I will say that their programs and services seem highly responsive to the community, the different communities that the organization serves. I think it's interesting that it serves both an academic community, communities of practice, and then the local geographic communities. So I feel like they are doing a lot of work to be responsive to all of those different facets of their stakeholders. The programs support the mission very well. I was also really impressed by the diverse methods of quilting and fiber arts, the diversity in the artists included and the pieces in the collection, the international level of presentation, the accessibility, the variety. Again, the programming was very impressive, and it is very very amazing to see coming out of Nebraska. Also, I felt that the evaluation methods and also what is being done with the data that comes from evaluations demonstrates this organization being very responsive and to changes in audience and community needs, and very responsive and continually evolving. It also had a very thorough evaluation of current the SWOT analysis in the strategic plan was really thorough and interesting. And then there was also very detailed action planning for future growth and responsible personnel assigned to the areas of the strategic plan. So that was really lovely to see. Again, development is healthy, very diverse funding sources and specific plans to improve the sustainability and security of funding into the future by reducing dependency on sources that are less reliable. So diversification of funding is an area for growth, but the organization's aware of that and addressing it. Outreach and engagement, there was a very wide variety of deep partnerships, very relevant to the work of the organization. Outreach and accessibility was very strong. There were a wide variety of well-considered options for people to access programming both in person and virtually in a way that reduces barriers to access, both financial, cultural, physical, etc. So I thought that they did a really great job on the accessibility front. DEIA work has action items and also evidence of ongoing action within the strategic plan and supporting documents. There is still work to be done on the accessibility items mentioned. However, this organization demonstrates a strong commitment to DEIA in its actions. And as for the advocacy piece, there is evidence of regular and thorough communication with local and national policymakers. I also find that this organization has a real strength in being associated with the university and embedded within that institution. And it seems like they are leveraging those relationships and the capacity to do scholarly work on craft and folkways they're really leveraging that well. So I was very impressed with all of the programming that is built around that, and it is incorporating students and faculty. So that is what I will say about that organization.
Okay, thank you, Dominica. Helen, you're secondary.
Thank you. Lots to love about this organization and this proposal. And I will just say up front that most of the challenges I had in reviewing it sit for me largely in the space of it being part of a university system. And while I can think about the evident and obvious benefits of that, I also saw that as having maybe some potential drawbacks. So that's just going to be a reoccurring theme for me. I love them coming out of the gate and talking about the human interaction surveying at the end of visits and showcasing the evolution of a previous method that was no longer viable. It showcased responsiveness. And again, we've talked about this with grant writing, and that did it very clearly. I was challenged, as I said, by them being a part of an academic institution. And that's just not a bad thing. It's just in the mix of what we were reading, it's distinctly different. I felt like they didn't have complete control, and that the external forces of this larger institution and their oversight might hold sway in some areas. For example, the strategic plan was a 5-year plan. And I understand that 5-year plans were in vogue several years ago, but it's been a long time since I've seen a 5-year plan. And certainly after the pandemic, I was a little and I wondered, is that something in universities and is that something in higher ed that I'm not aware of? I also noticed that the budget was significant with foundation as over half their support, and that I attributed to them being part of a learning institution. There was a heavy focus on fundraising at the top of the strategic plan due to concerns over budget cuts. So again, with language and things that we're not reading in other applications, I was just noting that I felt a distinctly different set of challenges for this organization. Let's see. I don't think Dominica said this, but forgive me if I'm repeating. Expressing that they are unafraid to use their platform for difficult conversations. I was so, that just filled me up to believe that people who are into textile art, which I also just happen to love, and the international nature of this, that just made me feel really positive in a way that I wasn't prepared for. So that's excellent writing, but also it seems to come from a very intentional place. I felt like their outreach activities were obviously weighted towards being inside the museum, and it made a lot of sense to me. But I still think it is necessary to take work out when you are able. I felt like there was a bit of some passive language with regards to engagement. The example was foreign language speakers, and they'll provide ESL students if needed. And I was just curious about a proactive approach in offering, wondering how many folks actually take you up on or just don't show up because they don't know that they can ask for that. So just looking, this organization feels like one that could be using an active voice in that space, and I would like to see that. I found the DEI statement to be on the academic side, and it was unclear to me if they rely on the university to set the tone for these things. Again, this isn't it's not a criticism per se, but I noticed it and I wondered about that. And as an entity that has a global audience and is presenting work from around the globe, I really wanted to read more about how they're engaging their local underserved, if that's the term you like to use, communities such as immigrants, refugees, and BIPOC in coming for tours and engaging the museum staffing with their own personal stories about textiles and fiber arts. These are oftentimes folk forms within households that we don't recognize and realize, but they are there and they are present in a way that to me feels like something I would want them to tell me about, what their relationship is with the local community in regard, and just wanting there to be intentional engagement with that wider cultural community that is likely in the area, but I felt maybe wasn't unpacked enough for me. But overall, and thank you, Dominica, for your thorough assessment. I will go here someday. I will.
You're welcome. Tori?
Nothing more to add. This is clearly a national, global gym, and I think their affiliation with the university probably explains that 5 years for its strat plan strategy aligning with the university. Probably have to. But I think they embrace a highly developed approach that includes thoughtful consideration of all stakeholders, including schools, families, tourists, scholars, artists, and as well as having substantial community partners. So nothing further.
Okay, thank you. Jim?
Again, another one I'd love to visit, just like Helen. I got to go down and see this. It's amazing. as someone who's not as familiar with fiber arts, I would have liked a little bit more just in the artistic section of the narrative, just to talk about their collection, 6,600 pieces, and just trying to understand a little more depth about it. I know there could have been on me to do a little more research as well, but it's one of those things where I'd love to learn more, just reading quickly how the significance of that. Obviously, it's a world renowned collection. But like we have one of those here in South Dakota with our music museum, and it's just if all you say is we have 12,000 instruments, you kind of don't get this real understanding of how deep that collection is. It's not just the instruments, it's the significance of those. And so that could have been something just for a real uninformed, unaffiliated person to learn more about. The evaluation process was awesome. And then I just would echo, everyone said this. I think though there is an opportunity to explain or I guess explain or provide deeper understanding as to how the relationship works with the UNL system. That's one of those when I first read even the name of the grant, University of Nebraska Lincoln International Quilt Study, I thought right away, I wonder how that works. I'd really like to understand how the university supports and yet challenges that what we've all said. There's good things and some bad things about that, and I didn't quite feel like that was fully embraced in the narrative. So that I'd like to understand more about that. If I were meeting with the director of the museum, I'd ask that. So what does the university bring to the table, and what baggage do they add as well? But overall, amazing collection, obviously world renowned. So pretty cool. Thank you.
Any other comments or questions? Yeah, Helen?
I just want to add, Jim, if you have an opportunity, and maybe you did, but I went down a deep hole on the website with the documented pieces. It was beyond what I expected them to offer, and it's pretty stunning what they've captured on the website. So that's also a prop.
Yeah, I have to admit, I am a fiber artist, and I was slipping down that rabbit hole as well.
Perfect. Okay, everybody, then go ahead and do your final judging for the Quilt Center. Okay, thank you, Dominica. Thank you, Tori. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Jim. Okay, we're on to the very last one, the Willa Cather Foundation. Rachel?
Thanks, Sherry. This grant will provide operation support to the Willa Cather Foundation for arts programming at the National Willa Cather Center and Red Cloud Opera House for fiscal year 2024. The mission of the organization is to enrich lives by advancing Willa Cather's legacy locally and beyond through education, preservation, and the arts. I will also mention this organization and this application is just a little unique and different from any other because the Cather Center is such a large organization. This grant focuses in really on the arts programming, not the research of the Willa Cather Center. So that's why I just wanted to make sure that you understood that.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Okay, Helen, your primary.
Thank you. So thank you for the introduction to this organization. I just to follow up on what Rachel said, I was just intrigued, and I found that they were pretty clear about what the territory was that we were looking at, and that was helpful. I'll start out the gate by saying I think they really know their audience. as it exists. So that is both a strength and a potential challenge. There was a through line in what they're offering and the marketing and branding of their information. So it's really helpful and really clear for me. Challenging with that in the artistic area is that I found it fairly traditional in language and approach. And I just craved knowing what risks or innovation or evolution were happening with regards to programming and audience building for the center. I always want information about how you select your participating artists and what criteria you use for inclusion of showing work. So I was looking for more language there. Mostly, again, because I want to know if there's a stretch happening or if there's a possibility to expand the range of what you might be offering. They rely pretty heavily on other organizations to provide programs, and this is both a challenge and a strength as I see it. Under planning and evaluation, I appreciate that they're doing zip code capture. That does tell you something. I appreciated the patron satisfaction surveys, and thank you for moving into the digital age and offering a QR code. I think you get younger folks, and a lot of folks throughout the pandemic started using QR codes, and that's a way they like to engage with things like surveys. EDIA is included in their strategic plan, and I appreciated that. And I thought the plan in and of itself was a really terrific roadmap. It was mostly clear, and I felt invited some bold and forward thinking from the participants. Little bit of a challenge over some passive language around getting feedback from the community members. In quotes again, we also consider. This suggests that it's not necessarily an embedded practice, but one that happens organically, but maybe isn't necessarily sought out. The strategic plan pointed to a perceived disconnection, again in quotes, with the community. I wanted to know what that was about. It was not unpacked. I'm not looking for tea or anything, but I appreciate that level of honesty and crave some backup information. And then in the outreach and engagement, I liked that they were reaching out to new community members, and they seem to have a regular habit of reaching out to new community members to go on tours and attend events. I appreciate free tickets when possible. They mentioned board participation in the DEI plan, but no specifics on what's been accomplished yet. But the board is super important to the success of the plan. The EDIA strategic plan is still in the development stage. It wasn't completely filled out, and the title of this document was literally title of strategic plan. So I'm not exactly sure what to make of this. I don't think it's a completed document, and I'm wondering if they uploaded a draft. I don't know. That was a disappointment. And as well, I thought some of the language was still pretty vague and somewhat academic. Curious about any short, medium, or long-term thinking about wins in the area of DEI. And I had a bit of a concern that I don't want them to be stuck in a space of intellectualizing this work, because that's really easy to have happen. But again, the document that was provided felt like it might not be the right one for us. I don't know if anybody else noted that. And I think that's where I'll stop.
Okay, Tori, you're secondary.
Okay, great job, Helen. That was pretty exhaustive. I would say initially I was unsure about the foundation applying for funds, specifically for, I'm just a little unsure about that. So I'd like, how is the foundation then going to be impacting community? And is this really good with taxpayer dollars and all that? However, after kind of going through the proposal a little bit deeper and understanding what their approach was, and that supporting arts programming, specifically for the Red Cloud community, the application totally seems reasonable. They seem to be observing all the standard protocols around operations. I appreciate the focus on DEIA because I imagine that could be part of the perception issue in the community. How is this traditional organization now showing up in this space? And that's a journey. It's always going to be a journey. It could take 10 years, 15, 20 years, but at least they're sort of making space for it and taking that journey. And it seems appropriate for where they are, so they're not being performative. So that was okay. And then I would say that what's important here is that they hold significance for this community, for the community of Red Cloud, where its impact is going to be deeply felt, because Red Cloud has this modest population of less than 1,000 people and faces the challenges of rural life and cultural deprivation and economic struggle. So I think there's an important role for these folks to play in enriching this community, and nothing further beyond that.
Okay, thank you. Jim?
The only thing that I would add, beyond just, and Rachel acknowledged that I too was confused when I first started reading this, and how this arts, well, to me, it looked like a foundation, that's trying to preserve a legacy, is applying for artistic funds. And it definitely is government artistic support. And it definitely is more clear after reading, but that could be one of the challenges with community perception too, is, it's just the difference between the Willa Carter Foundation and this arts center, and trying to differentiate them a little bit and create unique brands for both. But the one other thing that I would add that is a real positive, and I appreciated seeing this in a number of applications, but it is something I think we could probably all of us that, work in our small rural communities could start thinking more about, is that partnership with tourism. And I really appreciated reading that in a few of these applications, that there's a strategic alignment with Nebraska tourism, and the fact that the arts bring a lot to visitor destinations and choices of travelers to make those trips. So I think they really are you create destinations in some of our small rural communities that just wouldn't be a stopping place without the arts, without these art centers. So I was glad to see that as part of the kind of the mission here with this arts center as well.
Thank you, Jim. All right, Helen? No, I'm sorry, not Helen. It would be Dominica.
Hello, yes.
Sorry.
I have to say, I feel that all of the notes that I left for myself have been covered. And I appreciate everyone's thoroughness in looking at this, and also, looking at it through the lens of being more supportive of the Opera House itself than the organization as a whole. I think that clicked everything into place for me as well. So.
Okay. All right, then take your time to give your final scores for the Willa Cather Foundation. Thank you, Helen. Thank you, Tori. Jim. Okay, then is there anyone who feels like they need to make any adjustments on the past, any of the past ones we've done since we've finished them all? Everybody's okay? All right, then before we stop recording and go into the last couple of comments and all, I want to publicly get it on the recording to do a thank you to the to you panelists. You've just been incredible. Your comments have been so thoughtful. You have obviously extensively researched what you are talking about and showed your knowledge and expertise. But you have been perceptive and relevant in all of your observations. So it's not just your time we value, but what you brought to the panel has been wonderful. So thank you very much for that. With that, all the applications have been discussed and scored. So now we take thanks for all the hearts there, Tori. We'll take a 5-minute break, and then while the staff will take all of those and get our final scores, and we'll come back and make our final recommendations. Is there anything else, Mike or Rachel, that we need to do before we? And I believe this then will be the cutoff of the public. And I should thank anybody who's left in the public, if there's anybody over there, for listening in. We hope that it proved valuable. Okay, then 5 minutes, folks.
So let's come back at 1:50.